Okay, everyone's got their handouts. And also, we have a handout with the PowerPoint. I don't know if that one was ready yet. I think Sue is getting that ready. It should have been emailed. Did any of you get a handout with the PowerPoint? Looks like just one of you. Okay, so maybe you downloaded it. So Sue Sutton should be down with those in just a minute. I know she was finishing those up. We had a couple of unexpected changes because of the legislature, so that should be no surprise. Those things happen. So why don't we go ahead and get started then. Welcome to all of you. I see a lot of familiar faces, but a couple of new ones. I'm Julie Eklund, and I am the Deputy Assistant Commissioner in the Planning and Accountability Division, but we have reorged, and we're in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division now, though we didn't have too many changes in our division as a result of the reorganization. Welcome. Happy to have all of you here, and I will mention, as is probably clear, that this session is being broadcast over the Internet, and folks obviously are calling in as well. So we're happy to have all of you, but just please keep that in mind as you make comments, and hopefully you'll have lots of things to add today. I think it'll be a very interactive session. We have a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things that are going on right now in terms of what's happening with our accountability system. I'd like to introduce Gabriella Borkeman, who's here with me. She has been at the coordinating board about as long as I have, almost 10 years. I think we both hit our 10-year anniversary this summer, and she works very closely with the accountability system, as you are all aware. And she is actually going to be leading the discussion of out-of-state peer groups that our TSTC and Lamar institutions are going to be having this afternoon. And I did want to point out that that discussion will be held in the Tejas room, and those of you who have called in from TSTC and Lamar institutions are going to be able to, we're going to give you information so you can call into that meeting in our little separate conference room so that you'll be able to listen in there, because I think several of you weren't able to attend in person. So we'll be sure to give you that information as we go through the day so you can be part of that conversation. Okay. And we're trying to get our PowerPoint going. First up on our agenda this morning is a legislative update. We held it early in the morning thinking it would be easier to have folks here, but as it turns out, Susan Brown was called away to the legislature this morning, and then John Wyatt kindly agreed to fill in. He's our Director of External Relations, and he found out this morning that he too had to go to the legislature this morning. And so Lizette Montiel, who's our Assistant Director in External Relations, agreed to come down. And Lizette, why don't you come on up front with me? She agreed to fill in for John, and I think we're going to tag team, and together we'll fill you in on what we know in terms of what's happening at the legislature. Susan was here for a little bit this morning, so we had a very quick session, and she filled me in on what she's aware of that's going on. I also want to mention that Rex Peebles, who's our Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce, is going to be coming this afternoon around 2, or I think he's about 2:20, 2:30, to provide updates in that area, and he is well versed in the legislation relating to his area. So there's a couple of things we'll talk about this morning that if you have additional questions, he'll be happy to answer them. For example, related to the field of study bill that's out there. That's the best example I can think of at this point. So without further ado, it looks like we're not going to have the PowerPoint for some reason. We're still working on it. Okay, well. Oh, okay. Well, actually, what Gabrielle asked, and I think it's actually well, tell you what, because I know Lizette needs to get back to work. We will do the legislative update, and then we'll do a round of introductions so everyone has a chance to meet who's here. That's an excellent idea, Gabrielle. I'm sorry I neglected to include that on the agenda. So we'll go ahead and do the legislative update, and we'll let Lizette be on her way, and then we'll go ahead and do introductions and move into the next part of our agenda. Hey, here we go. Yeah, it looks like we've got some slides, so why don't we go to the next slide. And this is basically the agenda for today that I've just talked you through. We're going to have some breakout sessions after lunch. We're going to have an update on developmental education from Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale. Then Dr. Rex Peebles will be here to talk about what's happening in our AQW division. A brief enrollment assistance programs update if we have time for that. And we also want to tell you about the Texas Cruise website if you're not familiar with that. Okay, so moving into the legislative update, and I pulled some slides together this morning. So if you see a typo, please excuse me. And these couple of slides coming up will not be in your handout because, again, I just found out this morning that we were going to be doing this in lieu of John. And some of these slides I just adapted from what I presented at TARE. So I think I'll jump in and let Lizette talk broadly about what's happening at the session. She might want to talk a little bit about our top tier priorities, and then I can jump in with any information that she doesn't have about areas like the Field of Study Bill and the SARA Bill.
Good morning. I'm Lizette Montiel, Assistant Director for State Relations. I'm happy to be here with you today. The top three priorities for the coordinating board are community college baccalaureate degree programs, formula funding for universities, and authorizing TRBs. I don't know how familiar you all are with our community college baccalaureate degree proposal, but the coordinating board has recommended that the legislature consider authorizing the expansion of community colleges offering baccalaureate degrees in a very limited, deliberative approach in only nursing and applied sciences. Senator Ellis has filed SB 271 in the Senate, and there's a similar bill in the House. Neither one of those have been heard in the Higher Education Committee's just yet. We're hoping to get a hearing here pretty soon. Oh, there you go.
Yes, and please mute your phones if you're listening from your institutions. Thank you.
As far as tuition revenue bonds, we have HB 100 by Chairman Zerwas and SB 150 are the two TRB bills that are moving throughout the legislature. These bills would authorize bonds to fund capital projects at public institutions of higher education. There is funding associated with it through both the Senate and the House appropriations bills. It's actually a lot less than what these bills authorize, so we assume that in conference committee, the legislators will hope to add more funding to meet the demands of the legislation. In regards to outcomes-based funding, Senator Seliger has filed SB 778 and HB 3293 in the House by Chairman Zerwas. These bills are not what the coordinating board has recommended in terms of outcomes-based funding for universities. These bills take on a different approach to outcomes-based funding than what we've traditionally talked about. These bills tie institutions or universities' ability to raise designated tuition to how they perform on very specific metrics. The metrics outlined in the committee substitute for Senator Seliger's bill actually reflect the coordinating board's recommendations for outcomes-based funding for universities. But again, it's a very different approach the coordinating board recommended. This committee sub will be considered this week in the Senate Higher Education Committee. Those are our top three priorities. I'm sorry they weren't in sync with your slides.
No, actually, that was very good. The slides we didn't have one related to the outcomes-based funding because it's the community college group, but I'm sure they're probably interested in now that the new bill that looks at performance-based funding and tuition. So thanks for sharing about that. And then field of study. I don't know if you want me to address that or if you want to talk about that a little bit.
Sure. There's two bills. The coordinating board recommended that the legislature consider authorizing programs of study in statute. Those are not authorized in statute currently. So HB 2628 by Representative Clardy and SB 1480 by Senator Garcia authorize programs of study in statute and require the coordinating board work with two-year institutions and business and industry folks to come up with programs of study that would help ease the transfer between CTE curriculum in high school to two-year institutions. That same bill allows the coordinating board to periodically review the fields of study and work with faculty from two-year institutions and four-year institutions to reinvigorate the fields of study curriculum in hopes that we can improve transfer. It's my understanding that those are outdated and need to be revisited and updated. Chairman Seliger has SB 1189, which establishes a transfer associate degree program at community colleges, and this transfer associate degree program would need to be established by fall of 2016. Students pursuing this transfer associate degree have to complete their core curriculum and just specific courses outlined in the student's degree plan as they outline with their advisor. So existing statute requires students meet with an advisor, I believe at 45 semester credit hours. This bill requires students meet with an advisor the first semester immediately following completion of 30 semester credit hours. And those courses that are outlined with the advisor need to be completed if the student is part of this transfer associate degree plan. This bill is being considered by the Senate Higher Ed Committee this week.
I have a slide about Sarah. I don't know if you can address that, or do you want me to?
Here's my favorite.
Oh, good.
SB 1470 by Senator Watson is being considered today. I mean, this week, I'm sorry.
Wednesday, I believe.
Yes, Wednesday morning. Senator Watson has filed this in the Senate. This authorizes the coordinating board to be the portal or the administrator for Texas for the state authorization reciprocity agreement. Basically, institutions that offer online education in other states across state lines have to meet different requirements and standards at every single state. So if Texas becomes part of SARA, institutions that are based in Texas would essentially be able to offer their online education courses at any of the other states that participate in SARA. It's my understanding the costs for this for the institutions would decrease dramatically because right now the institutions have to pay at every state different fees, and this is supposed to kind of help ease that financial burden for the institutions. Institutions based on their enrollment will pay a different enrollment fee, but I believe that's like $2,000, $4,000, and $6,000, or $4,000, $6,000, and $8,000, depending on enrollment per year to participate in SARA. And again, it would be voluntary for the institution, so if institutions decide they do not want to participate in SARA, that's completely up to them. But I don't see why they wouldn't.
Okay, well, and I made one slide this morning. I thought you might want to talk a little bit about why Susan Brown and John Wyatt are not here this morning, and that's SB 1819.
Yes, SB 1819, as you all have probably seen, there's been lots of media stories on residency and in-state tuition and making changes to eligibility for what we call eligibility for.
Those who are listening in, if you could please mute your phone, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
We at the agency call affidavit students because students that are not Texas residents or U.S. residents can qualify for in-state tuition at Texas institutions of higher education if they complete an affidavit and meet some other pathways to residency along the way. SB 1819 by Senator Campbell is being considered this morning at 11 at the Senate Veterans and Military Installations Subcommittee for Border Security. And our commissioner will provide some remarks. But basically what this bill does is it requires students to be authorized under federal statute to be present in the United States in order to be considered, let's see, I just read this morning, because this is a committee substitute that's going to be considered today, which changes the introduced version of the bill. Initially, the 3 pathways to residency were eliminated, and the committee substitute, we're told, will require students to just be, I guess, lawfully in the United States in order to be considered for as residents for in-state tuition for higher education purposes.
According to federal statute.
Right.
Thank you, Ginger. We need to get you a microphone over there so the folks at home can hear.
So,
Okay, I also included SB 1714, which is actually a bill I analyzed, if you'd like me to talk a little bit about that one. And that's a bill that's related to reverse transfer, and that would basically allow institutions to send student transcript information to the National Student Clearinghouse or a similar electronic database. It also requires that the students sign a release form at the institution to do that. And my understanding of this is that it would help to alleviate some of the logistic issues with reverse transfer, so that institutions, a university, for example, wouldn't have to go back to 20 different community colleges to get information about a community college wouldn't have to go to several different universities to get information about student transcripts to make a decision about whether someone has earned an associate degree under a reverse transfer policy. They could actually go to the National Student Clearinghouse and get that information. And I would imagine most of you, or many of you, know more about this bill than I do. It doesn't affect the coordinating board in a direct kind of way, but it certainly affects your institutions, and I'd be happy to hear any comments, or if you all have anything you wanted to add about that. I saw Don nodding his head, so I guess I got that correct. And there's a couple of other provisions in there, but I think it's mostly a bill about logistics to try to make that transfer process easier and more transparent in terms of students and the release forms that they sign. There have also been several bills introduced about Hazelwood, and Lizette, I don't know if you want to talk about those. I know there's a lot of them, and they get confusing.
yeah, I'm not familiar with all of them, but there has been several. I don't believe any of them have been heard in committee yet.
Right.
But we do expect the legislature will do something in regards to Hazelwood. We're not sure exactly how they will handle it due to the lawsuit, but there are several recommendations out there.
Yes, and this relates to the veterans. So I think most of you should be familiar with the Hazelwood grants at this point. Okay, well, are there questions about any of these bills that we've gone over for Lizette while she's here, or any other bills that you've heard about and want to know if there's any more information? Sounds like Wednesday will be a big day for Senate Higher Ed. For several of those bills we mentioned, and there are several other things that are out there, but I think as Lizette said, in terms of issues like the community college baccalaureate, not much is happening with that right now. So
I will
yes.
say there are a number of bills that affect public education, which potentially will have impact on dual credit. One in which takes the ceiling off of the total credit hours that students can earn for dual credit. So.
Yes, I have seen that. Yes, and I believe there's a couple others out there too, related to dual credit and early college, high schools. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Lizette. It was really nice of you on very, very short notice to come down and join us, and you did an excellent job, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, well now why don't we take a few minutes for everyone to introduce themselves, and I think first we'll go around the room with the folks that are here, and then we'll let those of you who are listening in from your institutions introduce yourselves so everyone knows who was able to join us today. I'm trying to think the best way to go. I think maybe we'll start on those brave folks who joined us on the dais, and then we'll go the front table left to right, and then right to left, and we should be able to zigzag our way all the way to the back of the room.
Perry Walker, Hill College, Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Research.
Don Perry, District Director of Compliance and Policy Formation.
Ginger Gossman, Senior Director of Innovation and Policy Development.
And I do want to mention that I introduced Ginger to many of you last April as the Director of Planning at the accountability meeting, and I was fortunate to have Ginger with me for a year, and now she's been promoted, so that's why she's not up here with us today. But she has a wonderful and exciting new job here at the coordinating board, and we will be working closely together on many projects, and we hope at some point soon we will also have a new director of planning. But thank you for joining us, and thank you for all that you did for us last year with accountability and in terms of your former position.
Thank you,
Yes.
Julie.
Vonda Vera, Executive Dean, Planning, Research, Effectiveness, and Development at Richland College.
Patricia McKenzie, Vice President, Dean of Instruction, Angelina College.
Jimmy Roberts, Associate Vice President of Community Initiatives, Temple College.
Rebecca Richter, Director, Institutional Effectiveness Research and Planning at Temple College.
Good morning, Oscar Hernandez, Director of Institutional Planning, Research, and Effectiveness at Texas Southmost College.
David Mosley, Coordinator of Institutional Effectiveness and Grants at Lamar Institute of Technology in Beaumont, Texas.
Karen Lalgiani, Associate Vice President of Planning, Research, and Institutional Effectiveness, Cedar Valley College.
Tom Martin, Associate Vice President for Institutional Research, Collin College.
Martha Oberon, Executive Director, Institutional Research and Innovation, Houston Community College.
Beverly Matthews, Director of Institutional Research at Paris Junior College.
Chris Daly, Coordinator of Institutional Research at Trinity Valley Community College.
Kathy Hagan, Institutional Effectiveness Specialist at McLennan Community College.
Bill Rhodes, Vice President for Research, Effectiveness, and IT at McLennan Community College.
Andy Liner, Blinn College, Dean of Admissions and Records and Enrollment Services.
Tessa Matthews, Wharton County Junior College, Director of Institutional Research.
FC Karenicas, Austin Community College, Institutional Studies Coordinator, Office of Institutional Effectiveness and Accountability.
Good morning, Sina Reese, Navarro College, Dean of Institutional Effectiveness.
Thank you. I don't think that microphone is working. Why don't you? Or maybe we can continue to pass the other one along. Gary.
Okay, here we go. Gary Stretcher, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Lamar State College, Port Arthur.
I'm Nancy Stretcher. I'm the Director of Institutional Effectiveness at Lamar State College, Port Arthur.
I'm Patricia Rehack from Victoria College. I'm the Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Research, and Assessment.
Hi, I'm Marion Burkhart from Lone Star College, and I'm the Executive Director of Analytics and Institutional Reporting.
Kyle Smith, and I serve as a liaison between TSTC and the coordinating board.
Britt Canada, Western Texas College, Institutional Research.
Stephanie Legree Roberts, Dean of Institutional Accountability and Curriculum Support, Central Texas College.
Amy Baucom, Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Central Texas College.
Betsy Harkey, Institutional Effectiveness, Vernon College.
Tony LeBeff, Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Research at Northeast Texas Community College.
Okay, I guess we have another row. Oh, yes. Well, let's let the coordinating board staff who are here with us introduce themselves, and then we'll go to the folks who are listening.
Paul Turcott, Program Director, Planning and Accountability.
David Young, Senior Director for Special Projects, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
Suzanne Morales-Vale, Director of Developmental and Adult Education.
Okay. And then in terms of those of you listening in, I'm thinking this could be a bit of a free-for-all. If you all take off your mutes, maybe if you hear a little pause, jump in, and we'll see if we can get this to work. If it doesn't, then I'll I'm sorry, one more person. Go ahead.
I'm hiding in the back as usual. Jackie Messenger from Tyler Junior College. I'm the Director of Institutional Research.
Hi, Jackie. There's plenty of room up here if you want to. No? Okay. You're going to stay back? Okay. And then those of you listening in, why don't you jump in if you hear a pause? Go ahead.
Larry, Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Research, Galveston College.
Welcome.
This is Paul Henley from South Texas College, the Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Assessment.
Welcome.
This is Daniel Nickerson, the Institutional Research Analyst at Grayson College.
Thank you.
Jamie Ashby, Director of Institutional Research and Effectiveness, Texarkana College.
Thank you very much.
Hi, this is George Gonzalez from San Jacinto College, Director of Institutional Research and Effectiveness.
Hi, George. Thank you for coming, joining us. Anyone else?
Crystal Velasquez, Research Associate, Midland College.
Jan Carroll, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Frank Phillips College.
Welcome.
This is Teresa. Hey, Teresa. Hi, Barbara. Go ahead.
We'll start with Teresa.
This is Teresa Brooks at Panola College. I'm Director of E-Learning.
And Barbara Cordell at Panola College, Dean of Health Sciences.
Welcome.
Jack Wardlow, South Bend College.
Oh, that's a very loud voice. If you could turn your volume down. That was Jack. Oh, hi. Okay, Jack Wardlow. Gabriella recognized your voice. Anyone else joining us?
This is Eric Hampton from Howard College.
Welcome.
Aaron Grachik, Dean of Planning, Institutional Effectiveness and Research at Brazosport College, and with us we also have Scott Furtwängler, Director of Institutional Research here at Brazosport College.
Thank you. Welcome.
Carla Boone, Dean of Workforce and Continuing Education at College of the Mainland.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who hasn't introduced themselves?
Yeah, this is Sushil Palamoni from Delmar College.
Delmar, wonderful. Happy to have you with us. Anyone else? Well, it sounds like we've got a good group out there. Thank you all very, very much for joining us from far and wide, and we'll try to be to provide enough pauses during the day. So if you have any questions, you can jump in. Again, if you can keep your phones on mute, but feel free to jump in at any point if you have any questions. I would really like the rest of the day. We've got a lot of work to do together, and I'd like it to be as interactive as possible. We'd really like to be able to get your feedback on several things today, and we even have a little worksheet that you're going to fill out related to accountability measures. So let me move forward with our PowerPoint. One of the main things on our agenda today is to discuss the new higher ed strategic planning efforts that are going on in Texas right now. It won't be any surprise to all of you who have been very involved in our Closing the Gaps by 2015 plan that we have reached 2015. And so there has been a planning effort going on here at the coordinating board that I think most, if not all of you, are familiar with. It started about a year ago. We have a high-level committee that's been coming in once a month to work on developing a new strategic plan for higher education for Texas. We don't have a final official name yet. I think we've got a couple of working names. And Ginger, am I allowed to? I think. We just have one, and it's and I'll let Ginger announce that because I'm going to get it backwards, and I don't want to do that. Why don't you come on up, Ginger, and be part of the conversation here? I think I'm okay with advancing the slides. It seems to be working. Ginger has been very involved in this process from the beginning and continues to be so in her new position. And Paul, if you'd like to come up and join us too. Paul is the other person on the staff who's been working closely with this in terms of the strategic planning and funding group, as well as Susan Brown, of course, who isn't here. And Ginger, you would announce our name.
So we have a working title, and it is 60 by 30 Texas, but it's the number 60 with a little X, the number 30, and then TX after it. And that title is directly related to the overarching goal, which is educational attainment. So that's 60% of young adults in Texas will have a post-secondary credential by 2030.
Okay, so there's our working title that I am sharing with you, and that's a relatively new thing for us to be sharing. So you're all on the cutting edge here to be hearing that. And as you can see on this slide, we don't have a title yet. And so what the plan is for us this morning is, because we're at the phase in plan development where we really want to be getting the word out to institutions around the state. And these meetings have, of course, been publicly broadcast, all of the Higher Ed Strategic Planning Committee meetings. I know there's several people out in the field who have been following these meetings. We've had presentations, I think since last fall. We've had updates at all of our coordinating board meetings. David Gardner has provided updates about the plan and where we are in the process. We've been keeping folks at the legislature up to date. So we've been trying to get information out, but we're at a point now where we feel like it's very, very important for institutions to be provided information about the plan. And certainly if you have any comments, now is a wonderful time to provide them. Now is a good time to be taking this information back to the folks on your campuses. So we really wanted to give you a little more of an in-depth look at the new higher education strategic plan today, and really with special focus on not only the goal metrics, and the 4 goals have been fairly set since late fall, but also to dive in a little bit with you on where we are with targets, the target metrics. The plan will also have strategies. We won't be talking about them as much today. We will be giving you a copy of the draft plan later this morning. They're getting printed now, and it is very much still a draft, but we wanted to share it with you so you can take it back to your institutions and provide us with any feedback that you have. And I believe we also have a town hall portal that Ginger can talk a little bit about, a place for you to add comments, as well as of course, you're welcome. People from your institutions are welcome to send emails to me or to Ginger or to Susan Brown or to David Gardner. If you have any comments on the plan, we'd be happy to hear them. So, in fact, probably sending them to me or Ginger would be the best advice I can give you at this point for that, and we'll make sure they get shared with everyone. So here are our, and I'm sorry, why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit about the town. Can you just mention how they can do that if they have comments they want to add after the meeting, or folks at their institutions have comments?
So we've created a site called College Town Hall Texas, and if you Google College Town Hall Texas, you'll find it. And it's a place for you to leave comments related to the plan. And we're trying to respond to all the comments. I'm a little behind on that, but we are trying to address all of them. So for example, the last meeting that was held on site, we posted a copy of the targets and strategies, and we're asking for feedback related to that. So we'll be doing that again. The way the portal works, it's a little bit like Facebook in that it's topic oriented. So it's not just an open site where you might go in. Let me phrase it. It is an open site where you can just go in and read everything and leave comments if you'd like, but they're usually organized by a topic, or so usually by an event, or by in this case, the dates for the higher education strategic planning meetings. So we have another one on Thursday. We anticipate we'll be posting the draft of the plan, and anyone can leave comments. You just have to create an account if you want to leave a comment. If you just want to read everything on there, you don't need to have an account.
Okay, so the way I'd like to proceed is first of all, you were all given a handout, and they were sent, I believe, to everyone at home listening. As long as you registered for the meeting, you should have been sent the handout. It's called Texas Higher Education Strategic Plan Draft Targets. It's 4 pages. We did it single-sided if you wanted to be able to spread out and see all of the targets. So after I introduce in fact, what I think I'll do is I'll introduce the main goal for each of the targets as we get to the series of targets, so we can talk about the 4 main goals and their affiliated targets in that order. We also have, if you'd like to see more detail, Paul will be able to pull up some detail about our current numbers, our baseline, sort of where we are right now with some of these targets, as well as some trend data. The committee has asked us for some fairly extensive trending data where we've looked at where we've come from related to the different goals and targets, and where we need to be, and how much of those gains we'll be able to make through population growth alone, and how much of those gains will need to be made in terms of improvements. And as you'll see, some of these goals are directly related to institutions. There's a lot that institutions can do to impact these goals. I think all of you know from Closing the Gaps that it took a village, or it took a state, for us all to get where we did. I know when Closing the Gaps began in 2000, before I was here, a lot of folks thought that those goals and targets were unreachable. And Texas has come a long, long way in terms of where we've come, especially with participation and success. And later in the day, I do have an update on where we are with Closing the Gaps. We do have 1 year left to collect the 2015 data that'll be coming. But I did want to talk a little bit about where we are now and where we need to be, and again, the important role that institutions will have in this process. So I don't know, should we maybe be ready to open up some of that behind the scenes information if you're interested. If you've been following along with the Higher Ed Strategic Planning Committee, those meetings are broadcast, though the last one we met over at the legislature, so some legislative aides could be involved. But generally, they are broadcast. April 9th, which is Thursday this week, will be our next meeting. And if you've been following along, the targets have morphed somewhat, so we have fewer than we had a few months ago. The committee thought that we had too many, so now I think it's a good number of targets. We've got more affiliated with completion than anything else, and that's probably appropriate. And certainly the completion targets are ones that your institutions, I think, will be very interested in, and your institutions can directly impact. So the main goals have to do with educational attainment, completion, marketable skills, and student debt. And let's just begin with educational attainment. I've got a summary up on the slide, so if there's folks who are listening in who aren't part of the group and don't have the handouts, they can see this. The overarching goal for educational attainment is by 2030 that at least 60% of Texans ages 25 to 34 will have a post-secondary credential or degree. And what we have for this goal are interim targets. So you can see that basically the 2030 target is the goal. So our goal is by 2030 to have 60%. But this target is one that is it's direct. It's the same as the goal, but at interim points in time. So by 2020. The target is to have 48% of Texans ages 25 to 34 with a post-secondary credential or degree. By 2025, 54%, and by 2030, 60%. This is a very ambitious goal and ambitious targets. Right now, we are at about 38% that we did see in the last year, and we're using American Community Surveys data for the educational attainment. Unfortunately, many of you are probably aware that ACS data does not include certificates. So we have had to come up with a proxy for certificates to include them. So last year, I think for 2013, we were at about 33% of folks with a associate degree or higher, and then we using our proxy determined we'd have about 5% additional attainment from certificates, so we were looking at 38%. The most recent ACS data came out in the middle of working on all of this, and we were up to I think 35% of those ages 25 to 34 with a degree of some sort, an associate or higher, and so we're probably pushing closer to 40% right now. So as you can see, to jump up 8% in the next 6 years is ambitious. So that's the overall educational attainment, and this is probably something you've heard in terms of trying to increase attainment. When you get your draft copy of the plan, you'll see out of Dr. Carnevale's shop at Georgetown University. They've been talking a lot about the importance of getting to higher educational attainment overall for the country, because the types of jobs that are going to be available moving forward are those. There's many more that will require some sort of post-secondary credential degree. And you've probably also heard, nationally this number or something similar. I know there's some groups calling for 65% nationally too. So for Texas, 60%, and it's very ambitious, but I think it's a very worthwhile goal for our state. So are there any comments about that goal or the affiliated interim targets? Yes. We do have in our completion goal, which we'll get to next, there is a target that looks at the percent of students who are enrolling directly in higher education from K-12. And there are also several strategies tied back. In fact, at one point we had a target related to dual credit, and then it was determined that was so specific it would be better off to be a strategy related to getting more students involved in dual credit, particularly students who are economically disadvantaged. So we do have some targets focused on K-12 because, of course, that's a very important part of the pipeline. If we don't do better in terms of getting students enrolling in higher ed, in terms of student preparation, then this is going to be a challenge. So I think it's a very good question, and we do have a couple of folks on our higher ed strategic planning committee with K-12 expertise. For example, the former Ctca Commissioner Shirley Richardson, Shirley Neely Richardson, she is on the group. Laurie Bricker, who's a former board member of the coordinating board, but who's been very involved in K through 16 efforts in Houston, is also on the committee. So it's something the committee has talked a lot about, and the importance of K-12 in the pipeline. Did you have any suggestions or comments related to that, or?
Well, to me, something like this is better off if it's completing. If we have so many students who come to us from high school unprepared, underprepared, or just completely unprepared, and so if you can't take care of that, you're going to have a difficult time meeting an ambitious target like this. So,
well, I will say it is a statewide plan for Texas higher education, and an important part of the conversation is what areas is it appropriate for a committee to, in terms of developing a higher education plan? How should the discussion involve K-12? What should that look like? And I think that's a very good comment. But right now it is the coordinating boards. It will be, when the coordinating board adopts it, it will be the higher ed strategic plan in the same way that Closing the Gaps was. So I think it's not as broad a plan as what you're suggesting, and that's something that, might be something for folks to think about moving on. Yes. Yes, Don.
Julie, just in my listening to the dialogue with the committee members, specifically that question was raised and discussed, and so I think the committee itself is certainly aware that that's certainly a major issue that the Higher Education Coordinating Board in the legislature is going to have to work with State Board of Education and TEA in this collaborative effort to attain that kind of a goal.
Yes, as well as the Workforce Commission, because obviously when you have a major goal that talks about the percent of everyone in the population who's got a post-secondary degree or credential related to thinking about having a better workforce, a better educated workforce is an important part of the conversation. Yeah.
One point that was just raised and discussed at the last meeting was that, interestingly enough, Canada is already at 60%. But what was underlined in that notation is that Canada also has a heavy reliance on career technical education technology areas in their country. And so basically the assumption is that the community colleges and TSTCs and their CTE areas are going to wind up being heavy lifters in order to be able to meet these goals.
Yes, and we have talked somewhat, again, tying back to the whole P16 idea, to thinking about HB5, how that may change the climate in some different types of ways. Certainly more focus on on workforce and career. Maybe different types of focus on student readiness. So it's, I think a lot of the conversations have been around how does this fit in the pipeline, and not just looking at higher education in a standalone type of way, in an isolated type of way. But I think people understand the scope of this is larger, but also it does. Our charge, or I should say the committee's charge, is to develop a plan for higher education. So thank you, Dawn. I'm curious, how many of you have been listening in? How many of you have listened to a meeting or several meetings? Okay, great. It's good to know some of you are doing that. Well, let's. Are there any other comments about the overall attainment goal? What I'd like to move on to then is a goal that does directly affect your institutions. Of course, they all do, but this one in a very concrete kind of way, and this is the completion goal. As you know, we had a participation goal and a success goal with closing the gaps. Now we have a completion goal with this plan, and I think with the understanding that obviously participation is an important part of completion, but we want to make sure we get students in and have students complete. So this goal is that by 2030, at least 550,000 students in that year, so that's in that year alone, it'll build to that, will complete a certificate, associate, bachelor's, or master's from a Texas public, independent, or for-profit college or university. What's different about this than our success goal is that it does include students earning master's degrees, and the committee felt like that was important for Texas to include those completions. So in terms of the draft targets, there's several of them on the slide. You'll see it's a short summary because we actually have we've disaggregated some of the pieces of the goal in terms of the targets. So we have targets to increase the number of Hispanic students completing, African American students completing, male students completing, and economically disadvantaged students completing. And so when you look at your handout now that has the specific targets, you'll see those separate groups. You'll also see a target that, much like the target that we just looked at for overall attainment, it breaks out that completion target into 5-year segments. So we have interim targets for 2020, 2025, and 2030. Those are the overall targets that directly relate to the goal. And then, as you can see, we have a target for Hispanic students. And after each target, you'll see we have a little justification statement for why it's included. And when you get the plan, you'll see it fleshed out a lot more why these particular targets were included and determined to be important. And certainly in terms of the Hispanic completion target, our population in Texas is rapidly changing and has rapidly changed, and our 18 to 35-year-old population, as well as I think our 25 to 34-year-old population that we're tracking will be in 2030 over 50% Hispanic. So it's going to be very important for us to accelerate those Hispanic completions in Texas. We also have targets for African American students, and something new that you didn't see with closing the gaps is we're going to be tracking male completers. We had our February meeting. We had a very interesting discussion. And by the way, all of the meetings were taped and they're available online if you would like to go back and listen. The way those committee meetings, and the committee is chaired by Mr. Woody Hunt and Dr. Faulkner, who was the president of UT Austin for many years, is the vice chair. Those meetings are available if you'd like to listen to them. In February, we had a national expert come and talk about gender balance or lack of gender balance in higher education and in K-12, and it was actually an excellent presentation, I thought. We have had experts come to talk about a variety of topics to that committee. In fact, basically the meetings are structured that we had experts in the morning and then talked about the goals and targets and strategies in the afternoon with the group. So we do have a target directly related to mail completions. We also have a target directed at economically disadvantaged undergraduate students, where we're looking at students coming in with Pell, and the target is by 2030 to have our graduates to be sure that we're able to graduate the same percent Pell as what we have in terms of student enrollments. And hopefully overall with this plan, and if Texas makes progress, maybe we'll have fewer students who are economically disadvantaged moving forward. And we all know it's important not only for the current generation for us to get economically disadvantaged students into and through higher education, but often we see data about folks who have achieved post-secondary credentials and degrees that they're more likely, their children are more likely to enroll and complete in higher education. So we hope that that's something that will help the state overall to have a target focused on getting economically disadvantaged students through. And then finally, and when I finish, we'll take some comments and questions, of course. And then finally, here's the last target I was talking about, which is to increase the percentage of public high school graduates enrolling in higher education directly. And that's something that we've hovered around 53%. We've gone, I think, from 50 to 56. We were higher back in, we were higher back during the recession, which was interesting. We've seen a little bit of a drop in terms of the students enrolling directly in higher education, but we've seen research that shows that students who are much more likely to enroll if they enroll right out of high school. We've taken a look at the numbers who enroll after that. It gets fairly small. So getting those students right in. And the other data that we have shows that students who come into higher education right out of high school are more likely to be prepared to meet our TSI standard. In fact, almost twice as likely with the most recent data we've looked at than those students who come back later on in life. Those students are less likely to be prepared, whether they're rusty or it's material they haven't had. They're more likely to require developmental education. So that target is about ensuring that we hopefully grow the percentage of enrollments for those students who are graduating from our public institution, from our public K-12 schools. So these targets, directly impact your institutions. Whether you have any comments or questions about them, I'd really very much like to hear them. Any thoughts about the breadth of these targets? Okay, people feel like they're appropriate, and okay, I know for some of you this is the first time that you've seen these, and it could take you a little while to digest them and think about them and think about your institutions and what you're seeing at your institutions. Obviously, we've looked at a lot of statewide data in developing these. Are there any that you'd like to see some of the behind-the-scenes data for these? I did want to point out that when we're looking at males, we're also, of course, thinking about minority male students. We know that we're behind in terms of enrollments. And in fact, for all of our populations, we see male enrollments and completions are behind. For our white, our Hispanic, and our African American students, we want to look at how our male students are doing there. We also understand that in areas like STEM, we're not seeing much progress in terms of getting more female students to complete. So we understand that's something that's happening. But overall, we will be tracking the male completion. Yes.
Okay. I don't need it now, but is there any way we could see where we are currently with the targets? because you mentioned 53, that last one, you had
Yes.
a current rate of 53%, and I think you said 33 or 38% on the very first target. You don't have to go through it now, but is there any way we can know?
We have those
where
with
we
us
are?
today, so why don't we show that to you? We can show you, in fact, where we were in 2000. Okay. Paul's going to go ahead and pull some of those up, and I don't know if... Okay, so this is the data related to the 60% target, and we've got it broken out year by year, but we've collapsed it in some of these files that we've provided to our committee members, so it's not too much detail. But here you can see, in terms of educational attainment, including certificates, where we've come over time. So 33.5% in 2005, 35.6 in 2010, 38.3 in 2013. 41.1 is, and again, the projections start beginning in 2015 because we've just got up to 2014 data available. So, 2014 is a projection as well. I'm sorry. So up through 2013, we've and again, it's ACS data for the attainment. So it's based on a survey, and there is a margin of error, but that's the best we have in terms of determining educational attainment for the Texas population. Unfortunately, they have that data sliced and diced in many different ways, so we're able to look at it from some different angles. So that's where we are. And Paul, if you want to show them the chart that we put together that kind of shows, it's a pretty ambitious target and goal. I should say targets to the goal. And you can see here, one thing that we did for the committee is we showed them the 5. If we took the 5 best years in terms of how we've done and the 5 worst years, and we trended those out, and then we put where we need to be in terms of the black line. This is the most ambitious of all of the data that we'll show you today that we've actually charted out at this point. And you can see we're a little above the 5 best years in terms of our trend line for educational attainment, and we looked at average annual percentage changes, those types of things with this data to see where we would need to be in terms of reaching our goal. So a lot of this is doing kind of a backtrack. Starting in 2030, we have to be at 60%. So where do we need to be in the interim? We've also produced a document that we've provided the committee that shows how the completion goal relates to the attainment goal. So how many completions we'll need to have, and of course we've had to build in for some in-migration from out of state and some other factors as well. So why don't we look at the completion goals now so we can show you kind of where we are now with that data and where we need to be. Oh, and here's the document, and we can, if people are interested, we can provide this to you. We'd love to get your feedback. But what we did is we looked back in time to see where, from 1998 to 2013, we took 15 years, and we looked to see how many people were completing who in 2013 would be 25, ages 25 to 34, because our completion goal is for all completions, but our attainment goal is just for those ages 25 to 34. So we look to see, okay, who is earning degrees and certificates during this 15-year period who in 2013 will be in that age group, and then so what did that add to the population, and then how many completions do we need to have in order to get there from 2015 to 2030 if we see similar patterns. So we just kind of had to base it on patterns we'd seen, and you can see at the bottom left, the blue are those completions we need to get from in Texas. The green are additional folks coming from out of state with degrees, because right now we have net migration of folks with post-secondary degrees and credentials. More people are coming in than leaving the state with those degrees and credentials. And then, Paul, I can't see the gray. My glasses aren't, since I don't have this handout. That's the, and those are the folks who would not have it. That's the 40% who would not have reached the educational attainment of some kind of post-secondary degree or certificate. So we've got this document that might be of interest to folks also, and spent a lot of time sort of thinking about this and trying to think about where we need to be with completions. Obviously, you've got some duplications in completions that we aren't going to have in terms of educational attainment. If someone has a couple of degrees, they're only going to be counted once for attainment. So we're having to sort of look in the past and see what that looked like and think about in the future, is that what we're going to see for patterns? Maybe not. Maybe there'll be a lot more scaffolding in the future. One of the reasons I think Closing the Gaps works so well is it was a living plan, and in 2005, folks looked at it and said, wow, our population is growing really fast. This is not an ambitious enough plan, and so the participation goal was increased. The success goal, there were some changes made to the plan in 2005 to accommodate changes that we were seeing happening with the population. We hope that this plan, and we fully intend, for those of us who will be here through much of it, we fully intend that this plan will also be a living plan, and that especially at the 5-year points we'll look and say, well, how is this working? Where are we getting to where we think we need to be? Do we need to adjust in terms of changes in the population or the overall environment? So now we're going to look a little bit. Yes. So I'll just quickly walk you through the past data for the completion goal. Here's where we need, and the purple on these charts is where we need to be in terms of changes because of improvements in Texas, and the red is just if the population kept growing, that's where we would be in terms of completions. So if you just ended at the red bar, if our population kept growing, we'd be at about 350,000 instead of I think we're at 291,000 completions right now, trying to get to that 550,000, and that includes the master's degrees. So did I remember correctly? Yes. So you can see where we've been and where we need to go. In 2000, we were at 152. My glasses need to be a little better. And I apologize that this is small, but this is just to see over time. And then let's just quickly walk through the rest of them so you can see where we've been. And then this is information we can make available. Yes, the completion includes duplication. So these are all, in any given year, these are all the degrees and certificates that were awarded. Okay, so this is for Hispanic completers. You can see that in 2014 we were at 100, and we're aiming, let's see. Paul, where's my number for Hispanic completions? 355. Okay, so that's where we are right now this year in 2014, and we need to be at 285 if we're going to be. And the way we did it for the Hispanic completions is we wanted to reach parity with the young adult population that we're looking at. So about, I think, 52% of that population will be, of our population in Texas will be Hispanic, and so we wanted 52% of the completions to be Hispanic. But we did sort of spread it evenly over time. So by 2020, we will not have reached parity, but we will eventually, if we reach this goal, we hope to reach parity, and that's how the target was set. Okay, this is African American. And you can see the comparable data, and in 2014, we're at 30, I'm sorry, Paul, and I'm going to let you read where we are in 2014.
About 38,000.
38,000. Okay. And the target brings us to about 98,000, I believe. Nope, 76,000, I'm sorry. I haven't got all these memorized. Okay, and again, you can see the purple is what we hope to increase. So let's continue on. So we have this documentation, so if this is something you want to look at and see in a little bit more detail, the committee did ask us to provide it. They were very interested in the trend lines, where we've been, where we're going, how ambitious is it, and so we laid this out for all of the different targets that you see under completion. So any comments as we move through this? Here's the male students, where we are now with male. I think we're about 42% male. We were aiming for parity for 50-50 for male-female. One thing we've emphasized as we've talked with the committee about the targets and laying out the targets over time, is that we're looking at having at least this number of male students complete, at least the number of Hispanic students we have included in the target, at least the number of African American students, so that if we have at least the number of male students completing, that will help us to reach parity. We're not suggesting that we want women to slow down in terms of their degree attainment and completion, in terms of their enrollment in higher education. We would be thrilled if we go beyond this point, but in terms of setting the actual targets for the male-female, we said, well, let's aim for parity for males, and it would be wonderful if we get at least that number for males and go beyond for females. And that's true for all of the groups. So this is not in any way, shape, or form intended to suggest that we want to hold anyone back. We hope all of our groups continue completing at high rates, but we want to specifically track, and this is what the targets are about, we want to specifically track those groups, those populations that have not achieved at a level where we think it's important, or those populations that have been traditionally underrepresented. Maybe they're achieving well right now, but they've been traditionally underrepresented. So that's why we want to make sure it's very clear that we're talking about having at least this many students, and why we're targeting just some groups. Paul? Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to add something. Okay. Well, any comments on our completion targets? What we've presented to you today? That's a very good question, and I think that's something that we have not discussed in detail, but we will moving forward. Is that something that folks think is important to once again do that? Do you have any comments about you doing this in the past? Okay, no, that's why I asked. And
last time it was doing, and then you're not reaching far enough. Here we're going to
stretch goals.
Stretch goals.
Stretch goals. Okay, yes. No, well, that was a very nice way to put it, and it seems like it's something to do. Let me ask this: did your institutions find it useful to set those stretch goals? I'm seeing some nods. Yes. Was it helpful at least for you to have a benchmark to sort of compare against for your institution, not just the state? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's certainly something that we looked at a lot, where the institutions stand in terms of the Closing the Gaps progress reports. That's something that we looked at every year. I know we didn't do it this past year because we were getting so close. It wasn't necessarily a useful exercise to do it, but certainly in the past it's something that we've used and looked at, along with looking at the detailed data, because I think because this is a plan for everyone, your institutions will want to have an understanding of, hey, where do we stand? Are our populations changing like the state populations? And have we been able to sort of adapt to a changing Texas and been able to graduate students with different types of degrees at different levels? I think watching, one thing we did talk about as a target, and it morphed and changed a little bit in the process. At one point we talked about, do we have a target where we look at how many students are actually earning certificates, associates, bachelors, and masters, and what that balance is? And we're kind of looking at that under attainment too. What does attainment look like? And that's something we'll definitely be tracking, and I think it'll be interesting for institutions to look at that too. Do our completions look like now what they looked like 5 years ago or 10 years ago? Are we seeing patterns change, not only in terms of what degrees and certificate students are earning, but in terms of the numbers, as we think about scaffolding, if we think about some changes that might come about in terms of the degrees awarded, reverse transfer, there's a lot going on right now, a lot of innovation going on in higher education. So I think it will be important for us as a state to just kind of keep an eye on that, as well as for institutions to do that. Yeah. So overall, I think this is going to be something that we'll talk about. Do you have any suggestions on how we might look at individual institutions in a different way than we have in the past? I know you were asked to set stretch targets. Any other suggestions for how institutions might be involved in working with these targets on an institutional basis? Yes, Rebecca.
I think we're going to see.
And do you have a microphone so the folks at home can listen?
Yeah, I think we're. Did I get it now? Okay. I think we're going to see, as we did in the past, that there's a definite geographic issue. Like we're dead center in Central Texas, and our makeup, our population is going to be drastically different from either the West or the far South.
Yes.
So I think that's going to be one issue that we're going to need to consider.
So important for us to understand that there are going to be differences geographically in terms of what your institutional targets might look like. So just dividing it out and expecting everything to look the same might not be the best way to do it. Thank you. That's a very good comment. Yes, I can. This is Tom Martin. I can't tell. Try again. So basically, you're suggesting that we provide some feedback to institutions, and they take it back and kind of think about, well, where, based on this additional information that we've received from the coordinating board, where might we think about setting our institutional targets? Okay. No, I think that's helpful, and we've tried to be very sensitive to population changes as we've looked at the state. You know, we've had discussions about whether we should, what migration scenarios we've been using, and we are using the 0.5 migration scenario that the state data center recommends moving forward. But as many of you know, with closing the gaps, there were some, unexpected changes in the population, some larger increases than expected early on, and then a slowdown later. So that type of information is important regionally too. Okay, thank you. That's very good feedback. Any other comments related to thinking about institutional targets? And I do want to say that we are going to have lots of time to talk about this. The plan is going to be adopted, we hope, at the board meeting this summer. That's part of why now is a really important time for institutions to give us feedback. But once it is adopted, it'll be important for this group to have those types of conversations. And one thing, I'll mention it now so I don't forget, is one thing we've talked about is maybe calling all of you together in the fall once the plan has been finalized to sort of continue conversations about what needs to happen in terms of both the accountability system to reflect the new plan as well as issues like setting institutional targets. So we will talk about that at the end of the day, and I'll get some, hopefully I'll remember, and we'll get some feedback from all of you about having a meeting this fall, because it is going to be a busy year, and let's get through the last two goals and their targets, and then let's talk about accountability measures and what we want, and I want to have a conversation about the changes coming to the accountability system, what those may look like, some of your feedback on that, and again, that's a conversation we'll probably want to continue in the fall. Okay, so let's move quickly on to marketable skills, and I'm going to let Ginger, if she doesn't mind, do you want to just briefly talk about this? Ginger has been very involved in the market and helping to articulate the marketable skills goal.
So the marketable skills goal is unique in comparison to the other goals because it's not data driven.
Yes.
The goals are. We're still here. So essentially the goal is that by 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will complete programs with identified marketable skills. And so we are defining marketable skills as those that are both applied and, as many people call them, soft skills that have application in the workforce. And so your students are already attaining these skills through curricular and co-curricular activities. But we're not certain that students realize that they're gaining marketable skills in higher education, and we just want to make that link between what their experiences are in classroom and other activities they're engaged on in your campuses, and how that's directly linked to what they can offer an employer. If you ever helped someone work on their resume, whether it be a student or a friend or a child, one of your children, sometimes we don't make that direct link between what we can do and what we put on an application. And that's what we're really hoping to accomplish with this goal. Many of you are already well along on this journey. You are already a part of some quality education plan where you're looking at learning outcomes, and that kind of information directly informs creating a list, or as it were, a marquee of marketable skills. We haven't quite figured out what this will look like in terms of reporting, but we will be thinking about that more directly as the plan gets approved. And we're looking at other places that are qualifying marketable skills in a systematic way. For example, the University of Kent in the UK is doing something like this, and we're looking to them for a model of how we might measure how institutions are reaching this goal. But essentially, in the next 5 years, we anticipate that all institutions will be able to document for each program the marketable skills that are associated with that program. And that in the next 5-year cycles, as Julie talked about, we have interim goals for 2020, 2025, and 2030. So the 2025 goal for this...
Okay. Yes, someone put us on hold. Oh, okay.
The 2025 goal is, according to our musical accompaniment, is going to be an update of those marketable skills. Because as you well know, you work with employers in your areas, locally and regionally. Their needs change, and so maybe the marketable skills that your students are walking away with will be tweaked over time. And so every 5 years, we're asking you to think through that process that you've created to identify marketable skills and document them and share them with students. Think through that every 5 years and update as needed. So that's the overall goal. There is another target associated with this goal, and that is the percentage of students found working or enrolled within 1 year after attaining a degree or certificate from your institution.
And that's actually, in terms of methodology, going to be done similarly to how we do the student follow-up that we've been doing for several years, and also our accountability metric, where we follow students up after they complete.
Yes. I mean, again, that'll be something that we talk through as we implement the plan. We're thinking about, one of the strategies, which the committee has not finalized yet, is having sort of a council of folks that will come together to talk about what we consider marketable skills. But really, you all will be having that conversation. But absolutely, teamwork is highly valued by employers, and so that would be a marketable skill. All the 21st century skills would be included, like critical thinking, the ability to work independently, the ability to make decisions under duress. Well, that's not the way. The ability to make informed decisions in a short period of time. So yes, we would be thinking through all of those types of skills. Everything is on the table for discussion purposes.
Yes, and And I think in terms of, I know you mentioned the core, and don't assume that means, yes, there's going to be a change to the core. Rex can speak to that. I think it's just we understand that a lot of what's in the core relates, especially for those programs, relates to what we often call the soft skills that are very important. And, this goal and these targets are going to apply to universities as well, to community and technical colleges. This is the statewide plan, and I think it's important for students to understand the skills that they're getting from liberal arts programs, and that their skills are not just concrete type applied skills. It goes beyond that. But certainly a lot of the folks, I think, at community colleges have already done a lot of work towards identifying what skills students leave, what marketable skills students leave programs with. But again, it's been a different type of conversation, as you mentioned, Tom, I think, around the liberal arts type degrees and programs than it has been around some of the more technical areas. And we want to make sure that we understand there's a lot of positive skills students gain from those liberal studies programs, from the liberal arts programs, and that the students need to understand what skills they're leaving with, which ones they're gaining. So this very much aligns, I think, with the direction that the core is taking.
And very much we think this goal will be helpful to those types of programs, particularly liberal arts, humanities in particular. I mean, those students who have a degree in humanities are very good at linking historical events to precursors to that event and consequences of that event, and putting them in a social context, a cultural context. I mean, they're very good at making links between information, but maybe they aren't always communicating that to employers.
Yes. Yes.
So Tom Martin's question was, for those of you listening in, what will we be able to do in the future regarding the percentage of students found working or enrolled, because the data we use shows industry but not occupation. And we are still bound by those constraints. We are hopeful that other data sources will become available to us. Others in higher ed are making efforts to access data, for example, from the IRS. Other folks are working together where they're sharing data through a compact, interstate data through a compact that will include other variables for us to look at. So in terms of planning purposes, we're planning with the tools that we have at hand, but we are hopeful those tools will expand. And if you ever find yourself in the room with the Department of Education, please, or the Department of Labor, please let them know that we'd really like to access those data so we can look at occupation.
Yeah, and I think this target introduces a concept that's a little different from what we had in Closing the Gaps. This is a target where we're going to be looking at it. It's basically we want to maintain where we've been, and when we get to debt, you'll see we'll have some things that are similar. We are not saying that we know that the optimal balance. For example, if you look at some of our flagship institutions, they have a lot lower percentage that we find working enrolled, and that's because many of their students go out of state, and they are very happy to have their students, many of them get good jobs and head out of state, and often they come back. But the point of this is to monitor the data and to understand if we start seeing some shifts. If all of a sudden we start seeing our percentages going down, 75%, 70%, 65%, it'll tell us something's happening in the environment that we need to understand better and that we need to look into more closely. So this isn't something where we're trying to, push, get more and more students, because we understand we can't track everyone right now. We wish we could. If we could, then I think we could look at it in a different way. But this is to just understand this has stayed pretty steady, and we want to keep an eye on it so that if we do see some fluctuations, we can better understand what's happening. And that's also if the percentage starts going up higher and higher. What does that tell us about what's going on in the environment? So it's a little bit different than the kind of targets we had for closing the gaps, but we thought it was an important thing to monitor under this marketable skills goal.
We haven't discussed that yet. That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I mean, if you would consider that a program, then I think it would fall under this.
It may be a confusion here. When they
Gabrielle, yes.
When this talks about marketable skills, it doesn't talk about marketable skills awards the way you award them now. So at this point, it includes what it would include, as long as it's a program. Because remember, those programs are funded by Perkins and others. So we would not include them here and exclude them there.
That was my question.
If they are programs.
Right, yeah, and we haven't discussed that directly, but it may be that you as an institution can apply this to any program you want. I mean, we'll take that to the committee and ask what their intention. Oh, yeah, that's a great question.
Right. So we'll make sure we get some clarification on that and exactly what the methodology is in terms of how we are going to track this, because we'll want to be very clear in our definitions for who we're tracking and who we're not in terms of what you're reporting to the coordinating board as program completers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? It was MOM is not strictly credit.
Yeah, it's both credit and CE.
Yes.
On the CE side, it's 144 contact hours up to 359, because the coordinating board's definition of a CE program starts at 360. So this was 144 to 359. And then on the credit side, it is 5 credits up to 14, which takes it to the floor for coordinating board's level 1 certificates.
So when you report on CBM 9 and CBM-M, it's both.
Okay.
It's not a difference. So how you define the program may be a difference. And also, if you look at that 80% enrolled and working, probably you'll see a difference, because in accountability system right now, it was enrolled in, like for bachelor degrees, enrolled in a graduate program. Now it's...
Yeah, I do want to point out that the way that this target is written right now in terms of the 80%, and I know this conversation is larger than that, it's about identifying marketable skills, but for this particular target, it's written as enroll within 1 year of earning a degree or certificate, and generally when we use that language, we're defining it as our level 1, our level 2, and our advanced technology. But we'll go back and get clarification on that.
They can be... Level 1 can be CE also.
Oh, yes, it can be CE. That's correct. Yes,
so
Martha.
That's what we are talking about.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we were getting into the world of marketable skills awards, and I wanted to make sure people were not, getting confused with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I am thinking about the conversation in this room, and we're all relatively adept at understanding the language of the CB and such. We may need to rethink what we're calling marketable skills, because I could see it getting very confusing to have a marketable skills award versus a marketable skills goal.
We've actually had conversations about that because we understand that right now that is the term that's used for, we have something we call a marketable skills award, and we're using marketable skills in a different way in terms of this goal. And we've absolutely talked about that, and I'm glad that you brought it up, so we see that other people are recognizing that. And I'm not sure that we've resolved it. If anyone has any comments or suggestions for that, whether it's, we could think about changing the name of what we're doing for those marketable skills awards. We certainly, when we talk about these major goals, we want to use language that will be we want it to be clear to all of you who are at institutions, but we also don't want to use language that is so unrecognizable to people in the general population that if you talk about, we come up with something to call it that folks have no idea what that means. That's a challenge. And marketable skills seem to be something that people understood the concept. People in the general population, we want our kids to graduate from college and have some skills that'll, matter in the workplace, that are marketable, will make them marketable in terms of employment. So that's why we ended up with that language. But Martha, that's a very good point, because that's absolutely something we've talked about and we've struggled with. How do we reconcile the fact that we have a very specific small program that we've used area that we've used that terminology for, and we're talking about something much bigger and something different here in terms of this goal. Any brilliant ideas? Yes.
Something like that, because especially since marketing skills, we definitely don't.
Yeah. Well, I think what's on the table is changing the name of the Marketable Skills Awards, not changing the name of the goal.
Well, thank you. We'll keep working on that, and if anyone has any other suggestions.
I will say that what was permissible by a coordinating board rule, even before the creation of the Marketable Skills Award, the Dallas district created what was called a Skill Achievement Award.
Okay.
And so that was pre-MSA. So that might be something to consider in terms of the award, naming of the award to be something that would identify this as skill achievement.
Yes. Thank you. That's helpful. All right, I want to move on because we still have lots to talk about. So we're going to go to the debt goal, the student debt, and it's not a goal to have more debt. It's just we're calling it, because it's about student debt, we're calling it the student debt goal. And I do want to point out, as I say that, where we say student debt, if you look at these goals, you can see they're very student focused. Having a population where people have higher post-secondary attainment, having more completions, more students complete. Students will have marketable skills identified. They'll know that they're leaving higher education with marketable skills in their pocket, and they'll be able to articulate those. And then in terms of debt, Paul is going to, if you don't mind, or I'd be happy to walk him through. He's been focusing on this goal, and he'll walk you through where we are in terms of our targets for that.
Thank you, Julie. So this one is by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of first-year wage for graduates of Texas public institutions. And the idea is that we want to make sure that students are aware of their earning power before they indebt themselves too much, and that they don't maybe not finish a degree because the debt level is getting to a certain what they would consider too much. So we want to make sure they right-size that debt. And this goal helps them realize how far into that debt they're getting before they go past it. The goal has two targets that go along with it, but the goal itself at 60%, it's a maintenance goal, so we want to maintain that level. We're about at 60% now, so each of the 3 target years will be 60%. The first target that we have for it is to decrease excess semester credit hours. As you know, we have legislation for 60 semester credit hours for an associate's degree, and about 120 hours for a baccalaureate degree. So the idea would be that students would complete as close to that as possible, as close to their program as possible. Right now, we're in the mid-20s. We want to work that down so that we're at 12 hours in 2020. We're at 6 hours in 2025, and then finally, when we wrap up the plan, we'll be at 3 hours over on average.
And I do want to point out with that one that it will not include developmental education, and it also will not include dual credit. So if you have students earning hours for dual credit, and then they're coming in and taking perhaps less than 60 hours to earn an associate, that's going to help the overall average. And so do figure that in when you look at these numbers. Yes?
hold on a second.
Based on first time in college?
Yes. In fact, this is something we've been struggling with a little bit. It's going to be very important that institutions make sure they're getting those first-time in college students reported correctly. I think folks are doing better and better over time, but as we go back and try to track students, there's a lot that we can't find that we think we should be able to because they weren't captured correctly as first-time in college. So this would be the way we do it now is we go back, we take a graduating class, we go back 10 years, we accumulate the credits, but we find where that student was first time in college at any point in the 10 years back. So this is a backwards tracking.
My college?
No, first time anywhere, because this is a statewide goal and statewide target. I'm sorry, it's not a goal. This is a statewide target.
That's going to, we have particular programs where that's going to be, really make them look bad.
Well, in terms of programs, this is not, it's based on how long a program is supposed to be, and this is, I think it's important.
For example, nursing program, 60 hours.
Right, and they would be counted at that amount.
Most of the students who get in the nursing program already have 10 to 20 hours before they, from a Texas school.
Yes.
So you're going to add on 10 to 20 hours to the 60 when they graduate. Which we had, in most cases we had nothing to do with because they came from someplace else.
But Jimmy, when they get into your 60-hour nursing program, part of the 60 hours are those gen ed whatever. If not, then your nursing program should list all the hours that make it.
No, students come from different schools, different programs, because for whatever reasons, in fact, the majority of our students who get accepted into the program already have a significant number of hours accumulated wherever they got them. I don't care. And yet, they don't take a semester credit hour over their program. They're not allowed to. So it's going to look like it's looking like they're taking 10 to 20 hours more than they need to, when in reality, once they got in the program, they took exactly the number needed to get out of the program.
I don't think there is any plan to have for your institution program by program by program to show your nursing is whatever. So it will be an institution-wide average.
And this is something that we're looking at statewide, and I think it's also important institutionally to.
When I asked first time in college, I don't mind if we're tracking our first time in college cohort, tracking them from that point. But you said you look at a person and track them 10 years to see when they were first time in college.
Right.
Well, they may not be first time in college at my college.
Well, it's important statewide that we do that because we get a lot of swirling, but I think this is the type of conversation we can have about if we're going to look at institutional targets and think about what's happening at your institution. It's kind of like thinking about success points, that some of them are just what happens at your institution and some of them are what happens to a student overall. I think we can have that conversation about there's some different ways we can look at this, but I do think it's going to be important to look at the overall picture as well, because there's things that institutions can do, even for those students who move on somewhere else. You know, it's all of us working together. It's not just individual institutions, but it's thinking about, do we get a lot of students who flail and don't really know what they want to do and then move on, and what can we do to help those students have a more direct path and complete more efficiently? So I think we have to think about it statewide and look at the statewide picture. I think that's important, to look at students wherever they start, because if we all just looked at our institutions and said, well, we don't, you know, for those students who swirl, who go somewhere else, we don't want to include them. I don't think we want to do that, because I think we want to think about our students overall, but we can also, I think, talk about, in terms of institutions, what we can look at institutions. Yeah, Gabrielle wants to add something, and then we have another comment.
Then think about the purpose of this target. It's student debt. It doesn't matter where the student was. The state paid for that student, and the student amassed debt, no matter where that student was. So in the end, they were at your institution or not, they still have to pay that debt that they incurred. So that's the purpose, to diminish the debt and diminish the time to degree for that student. So it's about student in a way, not about an institution or other.
Right. I think that's a very good point. We want to tie back to why these targets are here. They're to help us to maintain this goal of 60%, which is going to be a challenge the way we've seen student debt escalate and all of that if everybody doesn't work together to help students, whether it's advising and all of that. So, yes.
What I want to know is what can the state do to have an impact on any of these measures that you've listed there?
I think that's a very good comment, and we've had in fact, we've got I don't think we have it to share with you, but we've got, related to the student debt goal, we've got this neat slide, and it shows the state, the institution, and the student. Paul's going to see if he can find it, because it's very important. And when we look at this time to degree, a lot of this, in fact, here it is up here. Paul was able to find it in another handout. When we look at time to degree, this isn't just about the institution. A lot of this is about the student and student choices. And thinking about student debt, a lot of it is about students, making good choices about the amount of money they're borrowing, the amount of time they're taking to get through higher education. We understand that in terms of reducing debt, it's not just about the institution. The institution has a role to play, and the state has a role to play, because as costs go up, that can cost students more in terms of what they're having to borrow. So we really tried to think about this particular goal as having these three. It's kind of a balancing act, but there's a role to play for the institution, for the state, and for the students. And if there's issues on any of those sides, it really could contribute towards debt increasing for our students. The other thing is thinking about the state and the economy. If students are getting good jobs when they complete, because of the way this goal is calculated, we look at how much a student is making as well as how much debt they have. So if students are leaving, those nursing students, for example, I know we're not talking about the time to degree here, credits to degree, but thinking about if those nursing students are leaving, they're getting very good jobs. They're probably, hopefully they're doing well in terms of if they have debt, in terms of being able to pay that off. So all of these things contribute to the main goal, and we do understand that the state has a role. The state has a role to play, and whether it's in terms of thinking about policies, and the committee has talked a lot about strategies. What kind of, are there statewide policies where we can have strategies that will help to keep debt low for students, as well as thinking about the state's role in terms of funding. So I hope that answered your question. We definitely see it as it's not just the institution's role to help us reach these goals. It's also the student, and it's also the state, in lots of different types of ways. Yes?
Julie, excuse me, Julie, one concern we would have is that compelling academic reason process we've just gone through, reduced time to 60, and we have those health career programs who were just approved for over the 60. So as far as an institutional responsibility, we have been approved to go over for our diagnostic medical and for our rad tech.
And then we'd have a record, and so that program we wouldn't be expecting 60 hours for that program, that the excess hours would be counted beyond what has been approved for the program, because we do have that information.
You make sure you keep up to date the database where you because that's what we are using, what you have.
Hello, this is Karen Lalgiani at Cedar Valley. I have two concerns with this measure. I understand that the philosophy is to help the student.
Yes.
But I have an issue, a philosophical issue, which is that it doesn't allow for any change of majors. And we know that these students who are getting into our programs are 18 years old and don't know what they want to be when they grow up.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind.
And I think Paul wanted to. Did you want to address that?
Did you want to share your second concern, or would you like a response?
Yeah, I'll say share the second one, and then maybe we could.
Okay.
And the second one is more of a measurement issue, because Julie, I heard you say that if your students are coming in as dual credit students, then they would be able to finish in less than full time.
Yes,
but
so
I
that's gonna
heard
help.
you also say that these measures are based on first time in college.
Right.
And your dual credit students are never first time in college.
Yes, they are first time in college when they enroll, and that's some of the hard work we've been trying to do to make sure that those dual credit students always get captured after they graduate from high school, that you capture them as first time in college, because if you don't, they're not in your graduation rate cohort. They're some of the very best students, many of them, and I know I sent an email about 3 years ago when I started getting into this data and realized, wow, these institutions aren't catching these dual credit students who either stay with them or transfer. So that's one reason why it's going to be critically important that you capture those students as first time. But again, some of this is, if you think of it as an average, most of the community colleges, I think if not all of them, have dual credit programs. We have a lot of students who complete dual credit. That, in terms of your averages, that's going to help them. So you can make your argument that, well, we're going to have some students who change majors. Well, you're also going to have a lot of students who do dual credit. And those hours aren't going to be included. And that's part of why we came up with these targets and to aim to get it 3 over, because we understand this is going to be an average. And yes, you'll have some that are more, but yes, you're going to also have some that are less. And this is to try to keep it reasonable.
Except that most of those dual credit students don't ever come to us as first time in college.
Actually, several of them do. More and more, we're seeing those students who stay with you.
Good, okay.
Yes, but granted, yes, many of them do go on to universities.
But in the same time, some of the students that you have as dual credit will go somewhere else, but you'll get some that went somewhere else before. The only thing that you need to keep in mind is code them correctly after they finish high school. And it's getting better. I mean, in the last 2 years or 3 years, it's much better than it was, let's say, 10 years ago. Otherwise, indeed, we cannot capture them. And it's hard. But if they are coded correctly, yes. We have problems with, for example, if they went outside of state and came back or whatever, those kind of transfers, we cannot. I mean, and we don't consider them. I mean, we don't include them. So it's not like they are included somewhere. No, we exclude them from those because we don't know when they studied. Or maybe they studied 11 years before the timeline. Well,
we also have students who get credit by examination, CLEP students or AP students, and those hours, they don't complete as many. Obviously, we aren't able to track that like we can the dual credit, but that also can reduce time to degree. So I think we were thinking about it in terms of a balance. It's going to be an average. This is not going to be every single student needs to be within that 3-hour SCH limit. But it's ambitious, but I think that it really speaks to the importance institutions can play a role in helping students to get through more efficiently. State policy can play a role, and students themselves, they can make a difference in terms of the debt they take on and the amount of time it takes them to complete. So we really saw this as a target that everyone has some capacity to impact.
Okay, one more target?
Yeah, one more.
All right. So the committee also had that same problem until they realized that there'd be an opportunity to do dual credit or test out. The last one that we have, the goal itself puts a perspective on the amount of debt the student has. The last target looks at how many students have debt when they graduate, and the target here is 50%. We're currently at 50%, so we want to maintain that through the plan years. Want to maintain half the students graduating without debt, or fewer. And those, of course, are only undergraduates who complete a degree or certificate. Anybody have any comments on that particular one?
okay, you understand it doesn't include private debt.
Yeah.
Private debt. Okay,
well, yeah,
so
it would be restricted to the debt that you send to us on the FATS
in
report.
FATS. So they may be more, but I think you know about them, but we don't.
Yeah, we can only track where we get the information. And this could go a long way to making sure the FADS report gets reported very accurately, because it's going to be important as we're tracking this over time. Okay, what I'd like to do now is just introduce what we're going to, we didn't get through our full morning agenda, and what I want to do is give you something to think about and talk about at lunch. And then I wanted to ask, because I think we will have a little extra time in the afternoon, would all of you be willing, we'll take 10 minutes now and continue, but would you be willing to come back at 1:45? I know we scheduled an hour lunch, but most of you, I think, had your lunch brought in, and an hour is a long time. So are people okay if we start back a little bit early? Anybody want to start back at 12:30, or do you want to make it 1:45? 12:30? All right, raise your hand if you're okay with we'll take half an hour lunch. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to introduce the next couple of items on the agenda, and then it'll be something for you actually to be thinking about at lunch, because some of this has to do with you providing suggestions. So let me go now to... we're going to talk about the we're going to talk about the accountability system redesign next, and let me just give you a little bit of background, and then it's something you can be thinking about. So what we have done right now is we have put out something called a DBITS. I have no idea what that stands for, but it's basically it's a work order that's issued for our Department of Informational Resources. Anyway, it's a statewide agency that handles information resources, and it's a work order for their vendors, their contractors. I think we're using the term contractors now to issue. It's similar to an RFP process. So we are trying to give a contract for a redesign of the accountability system in anticipation of the changes that are coming once Closing the Gaps is complete. Now, we are going to collect another year of data, so it's going to be status quo for the next year for our accountability system, because we track fall 15 data for the most part. It'll be spring 16 before we have our final Closing the Gaps data. But then in fall 16, we're going to need to have our new system up and running. The system we have is getting a little antiquated. We all know it and love it, but I think it's a perfect timing for us to have a new system in place, probably with some very similar functionality to what we have now. And certainly in the work that went into writing up the DBITS for design, we talked a lot about that. But then we'll need to see, in terms of implementing the system and some of the details, we'll want to make sure that this group has the opportunity to provide some input in terms of things you like about the system, things you don't. You know, in the DBITS, we included information that we want to make sure institutions are going to be able to add comments. I think everyone would agree that that's been one of the, I think, the best aspects of accountability is that institutions are able to explain their data, provide some local context to why data looks the way it does. So we included that in terms of what we want to see in the design. But we also, I know we had a couple of suggestions at TARE from folks about how we show the data, how the interactive system will work. So now is the time when we would really like your feedback on that, and that's also another reason why we might want to meet next fall. So we'll just... If you all might want to be thinking about that a little bit at lunch, it's really just a conversation. It's not necessarily, it's not a presentation, but I just did want to get feedback from all of you about what you like about the system, what you don't, if there's aspects that we really need to be thinking about in terms of moving into a new accountability system. And then after we do that, we're actually going to talk about the metrics we have now, and you're going to have a little, in fact, you can work on this at lunch if you want. You actually have a handout, and we sent it to folks at home, that goes into, here are what the current metrics are, and we had a separate one for TSTCs and community colleges, and we asked you to score them on a very important, somewhat important, or less important in terms of the measures, because we are going to be adding new measures tied to our new goals and targets. And we don't want a system that has too much in it. We also, though, want to know what you think is important. I know some institutions have set up their own dashboards related to the accountability system measures. So I think we need to have that conversation about what still needs to be there, what maybe is less important, and then probably next fall, if we meet after the plan is finalized, then we can talk at that point about, well, what new measures do we want to include in accountability that tie back to the plan? How do we want that to be represented, in the system? How do we want that to be represented in the system? So something to think about, and again, we'll have that conversation And hopefully those folks at home, maybe it'll be a little harder for you to come back at 12:30, but I think if you know that basically we're just going to be taking suggestions, feel free to email suggestions if you're listening from home in terms of functionality for the new system, in terms of thinking about implementing it. There is no guarantees that all of this will work, and that in terms of funding we will have a redesign and then an implemented system from an outside contractor. It might be that much of the work will end up having to happen in-house. We're hoping at least to get a contract for the design, and then we'll see how we go with the implementation. But now is when we need your feedback in terms of those two things. So if you want to be thinking about that at lunch, and we'll talk about it, we'll have that discussion when we meet back again at 12:30 until our next agenda item, which is at 1, which is when we're going to break up into the TSTC group and the folks who are going to talk about success points, the community colleges. Before I sign off, I want to tell the folks at home, though, who are TSTC or Lamar institutions, I have instructions for you to be able to call into the Tejas room at 1 for that discussion. So let me go ahead and read those. The community college people are just going to come right back here, and we'll talk about success points and some closing the gaps information. But the TSTC and Lamar people are going to talk about their out-of-state peers in the accountability system. And I also wanted to add, we've got changes coming, but with both the universities, the HRIs, and the TSTC Lamars, we are going to have you review your out-of-state peers, and we're going to assume that those groups selected are going to continue into the new system. This is a piece we can do now, so we don't have too much work for ourselves when we get in. Next year, we're getting into the new redesigned accountability system, so we're going to do peers this year, update them. They haven't been updated since 2004 when they were first selected, or 2005. And so here's the information, again, for those folks who are listening in who are from TSTCs or Lamars, so you can be part of that conversation. Okay, the phone number is 888-398-2342. And then the access code is 1065683. There won't be video, but you will be in the Tejas room, and you'll be able to call in on the conference call line there at 1. So again, the toll-free number is 888-398-2342. And if you call now, you get free shipping and handling. No, I'm just kidding. And the access code is 1065683. So hopefully those of you who are listening from TSTC Lamar institutions will be able to call in for that 1 to 2 o'clock discussion. All right. Well, I think your lunches are in the back. Sue Sutton has receipts for those of you who need a receipt. Please be sure to pay her for your lunch if you haven't already. I think we've got water over on the side here if you'd like a drink. And we also have a break room. It's on the first floor as you head back towards the front door, where you can buy a drink and just use a credit card to pay for it. It's an open system. Thank you all, and we'll see you at 12:30.
We also have copies of the latest draft of the new plan. This is a living document. I'm just going to put these on the front table and take as you will. Please limit to 1 copy for your institution.
So I apologize, but we will get you through on time, and maybe even sooner. So that's the good part. We won't go past. And for the TSTC meeting at 1, at about 5 of 1, we're actually, Kathy Ivey is putting together a slide. So at about 5 of, we'll put up that slide so the people who are calling in and want to listen to the TSTC peer discussion, they can do that. And Gabriella, here's the handout for that group, for that meeting. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, thank you all very much. That was fast. So we're going to continue with the morning agenda, but I did promise that by 1 we will be breaking out into the peer group meetings. And I want to talk about 2 things. And one is to go back to the the redesign and just to see if there's any preliminary suggestions for functionality, for implementation, things you really like about how the current system works, things that maybe drive you crazy about how the current accountability system works. And as I said before the break, for those of you who weren't here, we are going to be redesigning the accountability system to align with when our new Texas Higher Education Strategic Plan comes on board. So that won't be this year, but it'll be for next year. So it'll be in the late fall, in December of 2016, that we'll be entering that information. And I anticipate January 2017 when we'll have everything up and running and roll over a live system. So that's just a year and a half, which is not all that long to get something designed and implemented. And obviously there's a lot of legwork to do now. So we'll be relying on the accountability representatives to give us feedback as we move through that process. So any suggestions? I did have one at TARE. I'm sorry. Yeah, first let's just talk about the functionality of the system, and then we'll talk about the measures, and I'll have you do the measure scoring with the handout we gave you. But let's just, again, if there's any comments, I did have someone say at TARE that they thought if there's some way when you're in the main system, looking at a metric where we would show 2000 and then 2013 and 2014, they said it would be great if there's some place to hover there and see all the years from 2000 to 2014. Do people think that's a good suggestion so you don't have to go into the interactive? So that was one suggestion I had. I don't know if, that type of thing. We also, where we have the little detail button, where you click on the detail button on all that behind the scenes stuff. Does that work for everybody? Okay. I didn't know about that for 2 years after I started working. It was like someone said, but that's an accountability. No, it's not. Eventually. That was before I was responsible for the system, but that can be a little hard to find. So there's even little tweaks like that where we can make sure things are really obvious if we've got data sort of hidden behind. We do think it's important not to have too many metrics. I know right now we have the key measures and then the contextual measures. It's, I think, going to be important, especially for this plan, not to muddy the waters too much and to make sure we have some key metrics in terms of the additional supporting type metrics. We'll have to see in terms of the design how that's going to work, but we don't want to just take what we have now and add even more and have a very large number of metrics. We want to keep it simple and straightforward. There is the possibility if there's metrics we decide we don't want, and I'm sure there will be some that will go away as a result of this process, that if it's something people really care about, we can always have a report somewhere on our webpage. There's several things like the timely graduation report that was done away with in legislation. All of you came back to us and said, but we really like that report. Can you put it out there for us? So we do post that every year, even though it's no longer required. So we can do that. Yes? That's an excellent suggestion. Okay, so just everything that we've got now in the system to capture it somewhere so you can go in and, so some kind of legacy system so you can go back in time. Thank you, and that's something we hadn't talked about, so that's a very good suggestion. Yeah, and how we will do that, whether it's kept in an interactive way somewhere, because once we move on to the new one, if we're not going to be making changes, we may be able to just take a snapshot of the system where you could go into the interactive, pull any of the data, since we won't be adding anything new. Maybe it'll just live like an interactive system somewhere without the main, because all the data is there. We'll figure something out. Would that be better, or something where you could actually see the main page is not just the interactive access?
I have a question for you. Can you think of, I'm not calling it an interactive system, but like a dashboard or something that you saw somewhere that you like the way it flows, as an example? Because it will be useful if we can look at something that you like, and we can think of, oh, they like this, let's look more closely how it's designed and so forth. That's another way that it will be helpful for us.
Any thoughts? How many of you have dashboards that tie to our accountability measures? One? Okay. How many of you use them for other purposes? I hope more than one, but yeah. So you're all using them or some of them on a regular basis in terms of whether it's reporting to presidents or staff. And obviously a lot of our accountability measures are now in the almanac, and we know that's become a more and more visible document. Okay, so anything else you can think of now? And this is really to start the conversation, so go back to your office, talk to your colleagues, play with the system, think about or as you're entering the data for next fall, but again, we don't have too much time for this. If there's something that you have an aha moment, hey, this would be helpful. I know one thing I didn't like is when we added those little blue information dots. People find them, which is good. They never used to know how to find the definitions, but you can't actually print them there on the page. You have to take a screenshot. So that's actually something that we built in to the system, and also so that we can have the definitions in one place and make a change, and they'll show up exactly the same way through the system, which we had before, but it didn't always work correctly. So we tried to think about what's the functionality that makes the most sense for the design. But again, for implementation, we're going to have some flexibility we expect in terms of what things look like and what we do. And drop downs seem to, I think we're going to need some way to select institutions. In general, do people find it a fairly easy to use system just in terms of the logic of how it works? I'm seeing a lot of nods. I mean, we don't want to totally overhaul everything, so if something is so different, then it doesn't work as well. So generally, and are there things you really like about it? Are there things you would say, well, make sure you keep this certain functionality because we love that? The things that maybe things you like about it, things you think work well.
Do you like the way it goes from section to section? Or this way of having each section sort of separately works well or doesn't? Or
that's a good question.
Because we'll have sections, as you could see in the new one, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Others.
Okay. Well, there wasn't. Yeah, what you first thought about it. Yeah. Oh, okay. So opening the complete, I see what you meant before, saving those complete PDFs too, somewhere having a snapshot of those. And of course, we always have hard copies that we keep too, just in case there's ever a crisis and we need to find something.
I don't know if this is what you're asking exactly, but from time to time, I'm asked to show how our college compares to other colleges in the accountability group. Lamar's and the TSTCs.
Okay.
So I have to go through each, whatever we're looking at, retention or whatever, I have to go back and look at each school individually, and at least that's what I think I have to do, and so I to compile it into a table or a chart. Is there some way for that to be done for us?
Did you try the interactive system? Because you can choose the institutions there.
Yeah, I did, but it doesn't do what I want. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that seems to be what I recall.
Go back and see let us know if there's something that it won't do that we might want to think about having it do. I know it does a lot of different things.
But why wouldn't you prepare a PDF that compared all of the institutions?
Oh, so you mean to produce a PDF for comparison purposes, not just to produce an Excel file. So, okay, so that you would actually print out a comparison that would print out and you could have a PDF. I see what you're saying, because that is a little different.
So right now you have an output that it's the HTML output and an Excel. So you would like a PDF to be produced. Right? That's what we are hearing?
Say that again.
So when you go in interactive, you have two choices for output. One is HTML on the screen, and one is the Excel. So you would like to have a choice of a PDF.
Yes.
And I was just thinking about when the comment that it's hard to find things sometimes. I wonder if there's some way. What I usually do, but I know there's got to be a better way, and it might be something we can think about for the new system. If I can't remember where something lives, is it in institutional efficiencies, or is it in success or excellence, or because those things come up, or I'm trying to even think, all right, don't we have a metric for that? Is it in accountability? I will open the measures and definitions and just do a search for a word. But it seems like, and I'll just do Control F, see if I can find it, which is good, but maybe there's some way to have a drop down or something that here's all the measures, or some place that it's very quick and easy to see all in one place. Here's the list of measures, instead of having to go back behind the scenes to a definitions document and go through that. Would that be something that might be useful? Yeah, or maybe some kind of search within the system, except with the system being, separated out into the 4 goals and then the institutional effectiveness and the success points, that makes it harder to search within. So maybe something that would search the whole system. Right.
New whatever it
right.
is, the new one, maybe.
So some kind of a search function for measures within the system. Right, so you don't have to open a second document. I think I'm seeing a lot of nods. In terms of the success point portal, that's something that we just kind of tacked on at the last minute, because now we have success points. That might be something, we could expand on. I don't know if institutions find that helpful. So that might be something we can talk about. It might be something that is better in another place. It might be something that makes more sense to keep in accountability, and integrate in some way. Any other ideas?
Yes, I like the success points in the accountability report because it's easy to find it. But the colleges, the districts like ours in the Dallas County Community College District, are not broken out by college. And we're not the only ones who that affects. Even individually, district-wide accreditation institutions still want to be able to break out by their different campuses sometimes. I know Tarrant County has talked to me about this. Is there any way, I know that you need to have the district-wide ones.
Right.
But can we break them down by college or campus as well?
That can be challenging only because of because of how much movement we have with students across the system, and to know who to affiliate, because it's, we get swirling overall, but swirling within a system, which is what you want. We see a lot more of that. It's easy if it's Houston Community College because it's all reported as one, but if it's separate, we have to decide, well, they're going to earn 15 and 30 hours, but 9 of the hours were at St. Philip's, and 3 of the hours were at Alamo, and 3 of the hours were at, and then who do we give that to? So that would be more of a challenge. But we're going to talk about success points this afternoon, so maybe there's something we could do with that.
What you could do is use the district-wide report. I'm not saying to get rid of it. Mm-hmm. Use that one for the purpose of giving points.
Right.
But if you break down by the campuses, okay, maybe you get the 15 or 30 hours in the district, but you don't get it in an individual college, but you may get it in 2 colleges within our district. I'm not saying to give points based on that. I'm just saying for our purposes to be looking at the data, if somebody had 30 hours and 15 were at my college and 15 were down the road at one of the other colleges in my district, we'd both like to be able to point to our Board of Trustees and say, look, they did 15 hours at my institution.
On the other hand, it can be misleading because that student would be in other category. It won't be in the same category where it will be for the district. So it may be very misleading, maybe not very, but misleading when you assign where you are or when you present where your students are, because it won't match the picture of the district.
There'd be duplication.
I think it will be beyond useful. Duplication. It will be because this student is in this category in the district, but in the other category or in none of the categories.
And let me give you another suggestion for that, at least for now, because it's something we can talk through. But I know the way the points are calculated, it could be a challenge. But the other possibility is to do what we've had a couple places do, and I know George Gonzalez, I don't know if he's back on the phone yet, he was on this morning, at San Jac has actually created programs to try to duplicate our numbers. And that might be something that you could create a program, make sure you can come up with something that's very close to what we're putting out there for points, subtract out the students who you didn't get points for because they were in a different district and got the award. But then you can take it and slice it and dice it any way you want. So you could break it up and give it to all your campuses and say, now that we know who these students are, we can see this student got 30 hours and they got 10 here and 10 here and 5 there and 5 there, and then you can affiliate it with the different institutions. And I know it's a lot of work, but I think in general, it's just a lot. It would be a very challenging thing, I think, for us to try to sort through.
Well, even though you have to pull the cohort for the whole district,
right?
If you could just send us raw data, the cohort that you used to create all the reports, and we could just download it. We could do that.
We have
it would be
shared that with institutions where, through the secure portal said, here are the students who got points for this, and here's the IDs. So that might be something that we could find a way to do on a more routine basis. So that way you could find those IDs and say, if you want to affiliate those students, if you're not worried about where they earn the hours, but here's a student that is officially affiliated with one of the Dallas campuses so they're ours, and here's how many times they show up. Now, maybe they only did 12 hours with you and 3 somewhere else, but it would end up on your list if that's a student that's officially yours. And I don't know. I think the problem is that within the districts, folks attribute students in different ways and in terms of how you enroll students and how you keep track, but that might be a more effective way to get about that. Is that something?
Yes, any kind of data that you could give us would be very helpful, especially with the definitions. And like you said, when you pull up the definitions, you can't keep them anywhere to actually take, you have to get the screenshots, and then it's really small, and so it's hard to even take all that and try to figure out how to make the programming. But if you've already pulled cohorts for us, then if we could just have access to that, it would really help us.
Yeah, and it's not so much pulling a cohort, it would be pulling the actual students who were awarded points at your institution for the different metrics. So, so cohort in that sense, not here's who we tracked over time to see who made it or didn't. Okay, any other suggestions? Because I want to just have 5 minutes for you to go through, and you can do this as we're moving through the rest of the day, too. We did hand out, just as a chance for us to get a little bit of a preliminary idea in terms of the measures that are out there now. Because, again, I think, and probably we'll be meeting in the fall, we're going to want to talk about which measures to keep and which ones we won't have anymore, especially as we're going to be introducing new measures once our new plan is finalized. So if you would just be willing to go through and put a 1 or 2 or a 3, and this is just your opinion. If you feel like you couldn't say without talking to your institution, you could go ahead and do it differently. But if you could just go through and rate the measures that you see listed, which should be, and the TSTC should have a different handout. Yes? Of course.
All right. The title of this says
Okay. Yes.
I look at here there.
Mm-hmm.
But I would do something about. For example, number 6, financial.
Or do you just want to be monitoring it?
That's nice to know, and it's not, and it should not be.
Okay. Well, then I think that's a way for you to think about it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Things that are nice to know, or it should be held accountable for actions, or it's going one direction.
Fonda, I think the purpose for this is, okay, we'll have a new accountability system. Which one is very important for your work at the campus level or the institutional level that it should be kept, even maybe it doesn't fit very well with the new plan, but it will be good to have there. That's the purpose, not any other. So what are we going to do with what we have now? Just think about it that way.
Yeah, and I think you make a very good point, and I think that will be important, especially as we move into discussions. This is very preliminary as we move into what should be there, especially affiliated with the new goals and targets, and what shouldn't be in terms of what we've had. And it's I won't say it's a philosophical discussion, but it's really about what is most important and how do we identify what's most important, because there might be something that monitoring you really can take action if you see there's a shift, like some of our new targets that have to do with monitoring something and just seeing, hey, is it status quo or is something changing? I really need to know that because I need to check and see why. So I think that's a very good point, and we can talk about that moving on. But I think just for this exercise, it's really for us to get a feel for, what do people feel strongly about? What seems less important? I'll go ahead and post the results of this, and if the folks at home, we sent you a copy, you can just scan it and send it back. It's just very important metrics are those that you think, yes, these are critical, we use them all the time, or we think they're very important. And then, I think they're all important, which is why I didn't say we don't need it, but we have a somewhat important and a less important to just kind of say, hey, this one doesn't matter as much. This is your opinion. We're not going to hold you to it in terms of your institution, but as I said, if you feel like you can't answer any, don't feel like you have to. But just on the left-hand side or the right-hand side or somewhere, just score everything a 1, 2, or a 3. With 1 being the most important, and just so this will be a place to start the conversation when we meet again.
Maybe it should be a number 4, nice to know. That's because we keep hearing that. Just add the 4th one then, nice to know.
Well, but then I'm not sure what I would do with that in terms of what.
But they have
nice to know. Does that mean you really don't care? Yeah, let's stick with the 3 for now. And if you want to write a comment like, yeah, this isn't really accountability, but it's an interesting point, you can feel free to do that. Yes. Well, if you remember when this was done, it was the group was really instructed to focus on what they thought were most important at the time, given closing the gaps. But let's just see, there might be something that's emerged that wasn't a key measure in 2000 that now, or 2004 when this was done, that now you feel like it is very important. So this will help us to see that, and maybe it'll follow right along those lines, which would make it pretty straightforward.
Or maybe it's important for your institution. One of the contextual measures are one of the important things that you report to your board, and it's important to you, even though it's not so important to others.
Yeah, and you don't have to put a name on it. Just circle your peer group at the top so we get some idea, like if some things are really important to the extra large institutions and the smaller ones don't care, or maybe it'll all be pretty consistent. So just to take a few minutes, we're going to have a box in the back of the room. And we're down to our last couple of minutes before we start the afternoon agenda. So this is something at the end of the day, if people want to chat about it, we can, but this is really just to begin the process of having you think about what measures we have now, what's going to be important moving forward, and which ones maybe don't need to be in accountability. Because again, we don't want too dense a system. Yes. Oh yeah, we have more TSTC copies, or did people not get those? Yes. They're coming. We took them off the back table because everybody was taking them. They thought it was one of everything, and I'm sorry I didn't reach everybody handing those back out again. And do feel free, if you have any suggestions for the new system and functionality that you think of during the rest of the meeting, you can put a note on the bottom of this and we'll get that too. And then at any point in time, especially in the upcoming few months, if you have any suggestions, if something comes to you while you're working in the system and you say, oh, I wish it could do this, or I wish it could do that, just shoot me an email. We can't promise that we'll be able to do everything you've asked for, but we certainly will take it into consideration. We'll have to see how it all goes in terms of the process and the resources available. Okay. So I'm going to ask Kathy Ivey now to put the phone number up for the Tejas room. Gabriella, do you have those instructions? No? Okay.
I think there may be in that file.
Oh, here we go. I think there. Okay. So you need to go in and do that. You're the host. Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Gabriela Borkeman is going to head over to the Tejas room where we're going to ask the TSTC and Lamar groups to gather so that they can discuss their out-of-state peer groups. And then we're all going to talk a little bit more about success points, those of us who remain. And Kathy, can you put on the board now? Yes. Okay, so we're going to put the phone number for the Tejas room just for the TSTC and Lamar accountability representatives, those at community colleges. We're going to stay put here and talk about success points and some closing the gaps data that I'm going to share with you. Yeah. Yes. Oh, the door is locked. That's a problem. Yes, I will do that right now. No, but Sue has one upstairs. Hi, Marilyn. We need a key downstairs for the Tejas room. Great. Thanks a lot. Marilyn's coming down. Okay. Well, I think I can change this and it won't affect what we have for up on the board for the TSTC Lamar's. In fact, Kathy, if you can take that, let's leave that up there. I'm just going to leave this update up here for the people who are here, and if you can take that down in about 3 or 4 minutes, we'll give people a chance to call into the other room. And again, Sue put a box in the back of the room, so when you finish looking at those metrics, in fact, we can just wait a couple minutes here to make sure we get everyone set in the Tejas room. You can go ahead and put those in the box on your way out. That would be great. Okay, so the first. Yeah, so we'll wait. I'm just going to wait a minute. So that get this microphone. That's fine. Okay, well, I think if we can switch the PowerPoint over now, hopefully everyone from the TSTC Lamar's got that number jotted down so they can call in. And so in the back, please switch the number over for what people are seeing back at institutions, and we're going to continue with a success point update. I want to introduce Roland Gilmore to you. As many of you know, Gary Johnstone, who worked in the Division of Strategic Planning and Funding back when it was Planning and Accountability. He was a Deputy Assistant Commissioner. He he left in December, and one of the things he did was he interacted with institutions about success points and provided that information. Now, Roland Gilmore, who is a program director in the funding side of strategic planning and funding, has taken over some of those responsibilities. So Roland has done a great job of getting up to speed on success points in the last couple of months. We're all learning together. In fact, yes, and in fact, he came out to a TAC Success Point Task Force meeting last Monday, where we got together to talk about them. So we're immersing him in the world of success points, and today he's going to be presenting a little bit to you about the budget. I know people get a little confused about, or the formula funding side of it. People get a little confused about who does what in terms of success points. So I'll tell you, Diane Ergel is the person who wrote the programs to calculate success points. In fact, she wrote them and then rewrote them and then rewrote them some more as legislators and folks changed their minds about what they thought they should be. And then once the legislation passed at the last session, she and I went through them with a fine-tooth comb just to make sure everything was being calculated correctly, and we made a few adjustments, and a description of that process is actually available online where we have success points. And so she's the person who actually runs the data, and she's the one to contact if you have questions about how many students and how were the points calculated. Roland is the one to talk to if you want information about the funding aspects of the points and how does the base year work and what's happening in terms of how my institution is being funded. So hopefully that provides some clarity. And I'm a good contact also because I've just kind of been involved with it a little bit on both sides. So with that said, I'm going to let Roland talk a little bit about the funding side.
Well, first of all, when Gary told me that I was going to assume some of these responsibilities is supposed to be a slow process. Well, drinking from the fire hose I don't consider a slow process. But most of what you're going to see here today, he probably presented about this time last year when the whole process of formula funding got started. This goes, it's in a cycle. Every 2 years, the committee is formed. This committee is charged with certain aspects of whatever they may be. One of those aspects are the formula funding. Now, just to kind of break it down for the community colleges, there's about 4 different areas that you receive appropriations from. One being the core, which is usually or typically $1 million per district for each biennium. There's also the ones that you'll be discussing a little bit later in the nuts and bolts part of the success points, which accounts for about 10% of your funding as well. Also, in that is also contact hour, which is about 90%. And I've got a chart at the end of this that kind of shows what the recommendation was from the committee, how the two bills were introduced, HB1 and SB2, and kind of where they're at in the legislative process. Right now, our process is right toward the end for the, we've given the legislators and the LBB all of the formula runs that we were working on throughout since about November 1st. So it's all in the hands of the legislature. They've made their initial bill submissions, and they're in that process of deciding on a figure. They also, I think Gary mentioned that the CB and TAC came across with during this committee meeting, came across a funding, prepared a success point model, which at the end of the day, it all basically asked or answered the question we would like to be funded at a rate of $185 per success point per institution, which was basically introduced in the recommendation last summer when all of the committees met. Also in that same category was a contact hour rate that was introduced as well. I believe in the slide it'll show $6.12 per contact hour. So, This chart kind of basically follows the chronological order of how the whole process starts. Back in fall of 2013, the committees were formed and their charges were given to them, and then they started meeting to develop their recommendations to the commissioner. Spring 2014, the Formula Committee recommends the methodology for the self-comparison, which we talked about, the $185 per success point. Also in the spring, CB and TAC reviewed the success point methodology details and came to an agreement or came to a conclusion of the still the $185 per success point number. In November 2014, the success points and all of the formula runs for the initial LBB submission were taken into consideration. In the contact hour, in the November run, it usually takes the annual number, which is like the spring, summer, and fall of the 2014. It's not a base year. And to just give the LBB an idea of where to start with the legislation for the appropriations bill. And then again in March, after you guys have submitted your spring information, we take the summer and fall of 2014, usually certified data, and the spring error-free, which leads to another. We'll also take the same amount of contact hours to develop the formula as well. And that all happened March of this year, and that's all gone to the LBB. Obviously, they get with the legislature and they initially support or introduce the various appropriation bills. The comparison methodology, the best I understand it, was basically using the 2014-2015 biennium base and the 2010 and 2012 average and determine the dollars per point. In 2016 and 2017, the base dollar amount per point was determined for the biennium, which was in result what we had submitted to the LBB based on that recommendation that the committee had. There we go. This chart here basically breaks down the core, the contact hour, the success, BAT, which is Bachelor's of Applied Technology, that I believe only 3 schools actually participate in at the moment. And then there, in one of the bills, the House Bill 1 committee substitute bill, which came out of committee, put a few areas of hold harmless and then started to introduce the special items. As you can see, the total that the board recommended was the $2 billion figure for all of these 4 areas of the formula funding. When HB was introduced, it introduced all of the core stayed pretty much the same, and the Senate bill and the House bill, when it was first introduced, was almost identical. There was a few dollar variation, but nothing tremendous. And then when the House Bill 1 came out of committee, they had actually added roughly about $30 million to the contact hour, as well as about $3 million to success points. But then they also found a few institutions that they also gave $9 million additional to in hold harmless, meaning that their institution were going to be receiving less funds than in the previous biennium, is the way I understand that, how that took place. And then there was numerous special items that were also tacked into the bill, as it usually is. Now, the Senate bill, when I left here last week, they hadn't entered it into committee as yet. Now, I know there was some things supposed to take place this morning, but I haven't seen anything that would have changed this. So down at the bottom is the recommended success point rates, as well as the recommended contact hour rates that we used in the recommendation that the board had going forward.
Should that say 185 under success for board recommended, or is that a typo, or is that actually 184? Board recommended success 184.
So that's $185 per point.
Okay.
Roland, am I misremembering?
This
I
says
thought the Senate bill had that 185 rate for success.
Yeah, I thought that too. Yeah. Oh, the Senate bill went back. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes, they
it was.
actually
It
went
started
down.
out up there. You're correct.
When we talked, it was 185.
Yeah, it
Right.
was. I just meant this.
Oh, it's 184 million is what they
Oh, it's
recommended.
184 million.
It's a
I'm
dollar
sorry.
amount, not the.
That's the million.
The success
I'm sorry.
point column is a total dollars
That's the dollar. Okay, now I'm getting
figure
it.
that
Okay.
going across. I just put
Millions.
what the recommendation was $185 per point to get to that $184 million biennium number.
So it should say M after the total for the first
Well,
four
funding
numbers
area in millions,
and not after the, yeah.
Up there, so
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah.
But those
Yeah.
are actual dollars that were going toward the formula funding. And as I stated before, Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 1, as introduced, were almost identical. And they did not fund the entire success points as well as the contact hour, but the committee substitute bill did raise those amounts by about 30 million in the House. Now, we still have a long way to go. You know, no one, I don't have a crystal ball as well.
Yes. Oh, okay. So those of you, if you're a TSTC Lamar and you're still listening in, you're actually now able, we had some technical difficulties, you're able to join the conference call in the Tejas room if you want to call in. And we apologize, we couldn't get the system working correctly, but now it is. If you want to use that contact information we provided earlier. So feel free to call in at that number. And I don't have it with me, and maybe Kathy Ivy is back there and could go ahead and put it on the screen one more time briefly. I think most of you jotted it down. Okay.
So I thought this would have been the most important part of the presentation here, just kind of give you an update if you don't already know, and I'm sure there's folks, the CFOs are following this very closely. Is there any questions that you might have that I might be able to answer? Great. That's the way I like it.
Okay. And again, and I just want to confirm, so the Senate, it was my sense too that they were looking at funding the success points in the amount of 185, but we don't know if that, but the House has moved back away from that, but we don't know if that in fact is going to happen. Yeah. And I hadn't heard with the Senate.
So based on what the House did, they actually just only increased it by about $3 million over what they initially introduced, and I don't know what the flavor of the Senate bill is going to come out of committee with at the moment. There's a lot of discussion, I'm sure, once it gets in there, since they adjourned Thursday very early and left this business, I guess, to this week.
Because there was some pretty lively discussion at the TACC about that.
Yes.
The House level versus what the Senate was talking about. Because if we go with what the Senate was talking about at the time, which was 185, that was going to change the distribution from 90-10 to, what was it? 89-11. So.
Well, and the success points, at this point, is only the community colleges. Right. Now, the contact hour do have an impact to the TSTCs and the Lamars, which is a total different formula that I'm not fully aware of yet, but I'm learning quickly.
Yeah, the TSTCs are now outcomes. They're based on
starting.
On how their students do in terms of when they leave in the workforce. Okay, well, thank you. Any other questions for Roland? And obviously, something you want to watch very carefully in terms of what happens with the Senate bill.
And the one that actually pays you that money.
Oh yes, so he's very important. Thank you very much, Roland.
Call me if any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to mention something else that came up at that TACC meeting that Tom was at, as well as I, on Monday, we were looking at some of the success point data from the different institutions, and there were a couple of institutions where folks thought, this data doesn't look right, and did we do something wrong in terms of what we submitted to the co-board? And Susan Brown at that meeting said if there are institutions that want to recertify any of their FY 2014 data related to success points, so the CBM 002, the CBM 00S, the focus on those, that she would allow them if they let us know by Friday, and we were closed Friday, so that means you get a reprieve till today. So, and the data would have to be in and certified by this Friday. So it was a very small window, and President Hellier Chancellor Hellier from San Jac was there and sent that information out to the presidents and chancellors through their official, portal for their listserv. But I wanted to make sure that all of you knew about that. A couple of people I asked their chancellors had sent the information along, but if there's anyone out there who hadn't heard that, please know that if you know there's something that didn't go in right, you do have a little window of opportunity to correct it, and I wanted to make sure that information was relayed today. But you would want to let us know today if you're going to do that. Just say, hey, that there is something we want to go in and fix. We did notice something with success points, and we're going to go back and check it. But you'd need to get decertified this week and recertified by the end of the week. So looks like most people heard about that. The other thing that I wanted to say in terms of having a Monday meeting and when you're not here Friday, it's hard to put together the handouts, and I was going to ask Sue to put 6 on a page in terms of when she was putting together the PowerPoint so that we wouldn't have quite so many pages. But looking back, I'm actually glad that she only put 2 on a page, because I did include in this PowerPoint, and we'll go through it very quickly, I did include details about success points, and it's sort of a mid-level, and I know some people are still struggling out there with how are the success points calculated. So now you have that to take back with you. We've got a general summary here. I think most people know that we decided to, in terms of talking about the success points, to organize them into 5 different areas. And I presented it at the success meeting they had last September with community colleges, and I presented this at other groups, but we did organize them into 5 areas to make it a little easier to talk about the success points. There's obviously more than one measure under several of these areas. And then this PowerPoint does have detail about exactly how they're calculated. And I think as people at institutions get deeper and deeper into all of this, their IR staff and registrars and reporting officials are getting asked a lot of questions. And it's one thing to talk about it before it's actually happened. It's another thing when you're really deep down into it to try to understand it and to explain to people, where do these numbers come from? Why were our numbers different last year than this year? What does this mean in terms of what our students are doing and what our institution is doing to help students? So the detail is here. As I've told lots of people, we have there's information online, and we've developed some logic documents that we haven't posted yet. We're still finessing them, but we're happy to send them, that can help you walk through the first college level course metric, the degrees are in metric, and the 15 and 30 hour metric. If you want to try to write your own program and pull students, you can take those logic documents and hopefully be able to do that and get pretty close with your numbers, because I know a lot of folks want to, their leadership wants to actually see who are these students and can we match the numbers. So we do have those documents we can send you. We've been sending SAS programs out for all 5 of the metric areas. So if you're having conversations with folks at your institutions and they want to know more, please know that we have those resources, and Diane and I are happy to walk you through if you have questions. And several of you have already been in touch, and we've already kind of talked about how these points work and what's happening. There's a couple things I wanted to key in on. One of them that a lot of people missed in terms of the 15 and 30 hours is that the methodology changed. We moved to using the CBM 002, where we used to collect those completed hours on the 2, and you reported all completed hours, including Fs. It was just anything that was, that wasn't a withdrawal. And then we moved to using the S to successfully completed hours, and that would have come in summer 11. So that affected some folks' data, and people said, wait a minute, why do we have this little drop now in terms of the 15 and 30 hours? What does this mean? And at that point in time, it just meant now we're collecting successfully completed hours and not just completed hours, if that makes sense. So that is something that's come up and we've been asked about as folks have looked at the data. And there is a note in here about that. In terms of the readiness, this is one of the hardest ones for institutions to match, because this one we do go back in time and we track we work it from the target year, and we go back and to see within the last 2 years if a student was reported FTIC. And it's the only success point where we use that FTIC flag to determine when a student started and then track forward to see where they determined ready during that time. Otherwise, we don't use the FTIC information. We did see, for several institutions, they saw a little drop in terms of the number of students who were getting ready, and we actually had a good conversation about that at the metrics task force meeting, because we don't know how much of that is that more students were coming in ready. I know I've seen some of the more recent data from TEA. This was the last fall that students could exempt TSI using tax. The next fall incoming cohort of their students who were coming right from high school, tax was not an option for them. And we know those, if you look over time at the trend line for those students who met the higher ed readiness on tax, it generally moved forward. There were a couple little dips in there, but mostly we saw some pretty big increases there. So I think you had a lot of students coming in this past fall who were ready because of tax. And so therefore you might not have had as many students coming in not ready that you had the possibility of getting ready. But we also had institutions that realized that now with NCBOs and with changes in DE, their systems were not capturing when students were ready. So what happened is they had it set up that, well, when they complete this DE course sequence, for example, in math, then the grade comes back and it kicks into our system that now the student gets marked as ready. Well, if the student did some kind of NCBO that they did in the first 2 weeks of the semester and got ready that way, you had to adjust your student information system to capture those students. And that's one of the reasons that Susan Brown said it was okay for institutions to recertify if that had happened, because I think that happened at a couple of places. That, we've had all these major changes in terms of DE, and your institutions have to make sure that your systems are adjusted so that you're able to capture those students. And we've said if you're doing NCBOs before the semester starts, if the student, when you test them for placement, test not ready, and you put them in some kind of 2-week boot camp before the first class day, if they weren't ready and then they were ready at the end of that, you can report them as not ready coming in, and then report them as got ready during the semester, because it was actions on your part that helped get that student ready. It wasn't that the student just decided to go and retest and do something. So there's a lot of different type of things that are happening around readiness and DE. So be sure you sit down and look at who you're capturing on the 2 is ready and how your system feeds those students in. Paired courses, it's the same thing. If a student does a paired course and they get an A, B, or C in the college level course, even if they don't meet the DE requirement that's paired with it, you should be marking them ready because they were obviously ready for that college level coursework because they successfully completed the college course. So we're fine with you doing that. So it's just, a question of thinking through in this new DE world, what does this mean in terms of who I'm reporting as ready? So I did want to point that out, that's where I think we saw some of the biggest differences from prior years with success points. And again, some of it's, I think, these reporting issues. Some of it is there were more students coming in as ready from high school. So that might be why you saw some differences in points. The other thing that you do need to keep in mind is that, there's going to be some relationship between enrollments and success points. If your enrollments dropped a whole lot, then you're not going to have as many students that are going to have the potential to get ready. Same with 15 and 30 hours. Generally, if you keep everyone who comes in, you're going to have potential for more points, and even if your numbers drop, you're going to have potential with the population you have. But you're probably going to see, if student patterns are similar, you're going to see some relationship. So I just did want to mention that, and we had a good discussion around that too. But that's something to keep in mind. So I'm just seeing if there's anything else that's come up this year and this time around. And again, we've got the A, B, or C for the first college level course, the 15 and 30 hours, and this is just at your district. So it doesn't matter what they did somewhere else. If they do it with you, you get the points. Doesn't matter if they were FTIC, if they came from some out-of-state institution. If a student does 15 or 30 hours at your institution, you get the points. I think everyone's aware dual credit students are included in all of the metrics except for the Met TSI readiness metric, because if you're doing dual credit, then you would be ready in an area. So there's not going to be a potential point for a student in an area there. So that's not included. That's just based on FTIC, which is after a student's out of high school. But if a student does 15 hours of dual credit at your institution, the point will be awarded. Okay. The other thing that has, maybe you can give me a little advice on, is I think it's gotten a little confusing in terms of the weighting. And so we have points and then we have counts. And maybe everyone's handling it now because they've been around long enough. At first we had more confusion. I think it was actually better this time. So there's a number of students who reach a milestone, or there's a success point affiliated with a count, but the success points are weighted, so you might get 2 points for one student doing something. So we've got our counts. This is who reached that, and for lack of a better word, I'm using milestone, even though we're not calling these milestones anymore. So you have a student will reach a milestone, and maybe 2 points are awarded, or maybe 2.25 if it's a degree in a critical field, or maybe it's 1 point or a half a point if it's a readiness in reading. The points vary, so we talk about point numbers, but I think for IR folks and the people I talk to in the field, often they're more interested in the actual number of students who do something than the points. And it's easy enough to go in and say, here's my points and let's divide out. I got this many points for readiness in reading. That means I had twice as many students because I get 0.5 points for this. Or I have to divide out for degrees that aren't in critical fields. I get, 2 points each, so I actually have half the number of students who reach that milestone. Has that gotten confusing as you're talking to leadership or people on your institution, or is everyone pretty clear on how all of that works? Or would it be helpful if we put more information out there than just points, if we put counts out there, if we did... It would be helpful to have counts? Okay. So we can do that. We haven't wanted to make it worse, make it more confusing, and have people looking at counts and think they're points, or points and think they're counts. So I know it makes it hard. We're trying very hard to use the term weighted, so if it's actually point values, they're weighted by whatever the weights, and if it's counts, they're unweighted. It's just simply a number of students. So we can put out a file that shows that, and that might be something in the new accountability system to think about how we want to do that. Maybe something behind the scenes where you can click on counts. But the funding is, of course, by the points with the weighting. Okay. And most of you, I think many of you, and this is for the transfer. Many of you have submitted National Student Clearinghouse data to us. Most of you, I think we had 30 out of the 50 districts, or 33 or something like that. Keep an eye on the deadlines, because we did have a couple places that were a little late, and we're trying to stick to those deadlines because it's a lot of programming work. It doesn't go through the regular certification system, so we pull it in a little different way. Were there any issues with that? Any comments or concerns about using that student tracker? And here I think I have a national student. Yeah. Everybody's aware of this, I hope. And there were some institutions that lost a few points, even if they weren't doing it, because somebody else reported this. We discovered, someone really didn't start at that institution. They started out of state. They really weren't a transfer because they started at an out of state or a private institution. Well, privates we would have. They started at an out of state institution. Then they came to our community college, and then we reported as a transfer when they went to a Texas public university. But now we've got this National Student Clearinghouse data that we got from somewhere else that showed that that student actually started out of state. So they actually weren't eligible for transfer. So we have seen a few unusual things like that happen, but for the most part, everyone, people are gaining points from this process, but sometimes they're not going to match exactly to what you think they are because of what's happening at other institutions. Okay, so it seems like that's working okay. I'm sure you would all let me know if it's not, so we'll continue with that. And then I've talked a lot about reconciling the points, and I talked about this earlier, just so people are aware that we're trying to work with you on this, just so you're able to do it if you want to. Okay. And the location for all the behind-the-scenes information is up at the top of accountability, where I've circled where it's, I think that's the measures and definitions. And then the success points, the actual points are posted on the bottom right. And this is the year to year, and as you know, for funding, the 3 years are grouped, which is a nice way to do it. The other thing that we saw this year is we think there were some people who were cleaning up some of their data. Like we looked at some core information for the different institutions, and we had some institutions who they didn't get any points for core, for students getting the core. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. We produced a spreadsheet that showed for students who were getting points for degrees. We just showed the highest degree earned, and so we started with associates and we moved downward. Actually, we started with bachelors and moved downward. And we had some institutions that awarded a lot of associates, but then there was nothing in core. So either they weren't reporting anyone to us as core, or anyone reported as core had also been reported for a higher degree during that year, during that fiscal year. So we weren't getting anyone showing up with just core. So that says to us either institutions have their programming set up that you don't report core until someone gets an associate, or it says they're not reporting core to us at all. And points are awarded for core, but there's only 1 point for a degree available per student in any given fiscal year. So if you've got a lot of students earning core early on, you want to get that reported. And we did see a couple of places where people's data had really had jumps, and we think they were playing catch-up to prior years. That's a nice thing about having a 3-year averaging for funding, and we expect that there'll probably be some drop in the next year. But we did see a few odd patterns in data, and we think some of it's just institutions looking at their systems and saying, what do we need to report? And that's it for success points. I think you've all heard a lot about this. That's why I didn't want to spend too much time on it, but we have, had folks calling and had questions. So is there anything going on with success points that we need to know about or people are concerned about? Good. Well, let's just move on then. And I just wanted to share a little bit of closing the gaps data with you. I did a presentation at the board committee meeting in March, and I pulled the data in some of the data in a slightly different way that I thought was kind of interesting. So I thought I would share that with you so you could see what that looked like. And just also, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're in the final year of our plan. We are still above the trend line. We had a little bit of an uptick. It wasn't from the community colleges. We're down a little at community colleges, but we had a little bit of an uptick. And let me just forward along to my version here so I have my notes. Okay, so I think the community colleges were down about 7,400 students from 2013 to 2014, and that's less than the year before when it looked like it was down about I think it was down 10 or 12,000. So it's decreasing a little less, and I was in fact talking to Martha Oburn about this a little bit during lunch. We had those really big years in there. If you look from 8 to 9, we had almost an increase of almost 130,000 students from 2008 to 2009. A lot of those enrollments were at community colleges. It was a pretty major recession that we went through, and it really affected our higher education data. But if you look at the pattern, we kind of had the increase from 2000 to 2003 or so. We had some bigger increases, then it slowed down, and then the curve is up again. And we're hoping we're going to see that little upturn next year, and that we will reach our 630,000 students. We did run some preliminary flex, and it looked like we might be up about 5,000. We don't have everything certified yet, so we don't know for sure, but those fall 2014 flex students look like we're going to have about 5,000 additional flex than what we had the prior year, and we used last year's flex for this 590 because flex comes late. So we may just be 35,000 short, but we'll have to wait for certification for that, and we'll have to wait for our career school data. It's always got a lag, so we're waiting for that, and that's always a year or two behind. So we're getting there. We're still 5,000 above the trend line, and hopefully we'll have a big final push, and we will reach the participation goal. For Hispanic students, we're still pretty far behind. But here's something that I did that we haven't really looked at before, and I thought it was kind of interesting. And this is looking at white students and other participation totals. And now what I'm going to show you with the next few slides are totals for participation. They're not just the difference that we're trying to reach, adding those 630,000 additional students. This is overall participation, and we thought sort of moving into a new plan, let's start looking at what the picture looks like overall in terms of our enrollments. And what you see here is a big jump from 2008 to 2010 in the other category, and you can probably guess where that came from. Any guesses? Yep, that's exactly where it came from. We saw some real changes in what was being reported to us in 2010 in terms of race ethnicity. And we think a lot of that, because of the way we do race ethnicity reporting, and we kind of have a decision tree, if someone is Hispanic, they are reported as Hispanic. And in our system, as you know, if someone is reported as two or more races, and one of those races is African American, we include it in African American. But if someone is reported as two or more races, and none of those races are African American, then we include it in other. So we think that a lot of students who were reported as white students in the past are now being reporting as other or as unknown, because what we also saw with those changes is some institutions letting new students come in, let those students determine what they want to report for race ethnicity, and a lot of students just say unknown, or they don't want to answer the question. So you can see we had a really big jump in our other population, and though we've had a drop in the white, you can see that it really did. Those changes, I think, made a difference in terms of how we're collecting data. They also made a difference because I think our populations are changing, and we have a lot of students who are multiracial, and obviously before 2010 we did as well, but they weren't, because we had the siloed categories, it wasn't possible for students to report being of different races. So I think that gives you a little different twist on, when we show the closing the gaps data, and we although whites were not a target, when we show some of the data, it looks like, wow, we've got these drops that are happening, but you really see this increase in other when you look at it this way. Asians are included in the other category for this particular data. We do Asian, so white, African American, Hispanic, and other is how we've done this data. And we've also seen a slight growth in Asians. African American has been, well, I won't say it's been flat in terms of participation. Let me include this data. This is the enrollments. So this is, again, these are the four categories that we generally track with closing the gaps. For some purposes, we separate out Asian students. We generally include Pacific Islander there because we have a small, it's different than Hawaii. In some places have a large population. We include them with Asian students, but for closing the gaps, we've generally just looked at white, African American, Hispanic, and other. So that's been part of that growth too. And here you can see when we started closing the gaps, if you look at the bars, you can see the population looked very different. Our population in higher education looked very different than it does now. If you look at 2014, and you can see that. Obviously, we've increased participation a lot during that time, and most of it has been in terms of Hispanic, African American, and other categories. And the white category has just increased by about 45, a little less than 45,000. But we've more than doubled in terms of Hispanic participation and African American and others. So I thought it was kind of an interesting way to look at it, to break it out by the whole population. And then I took a look at male and female. And for example, now there are more Hispanic females enrolled in higher education than there are white males. So I thought that was interesting when I found that, and I checked, and actually the population of young adults, there's more Hispanic females in Texas than there are white males. I think I looked at 18 to 24 or something like that. for this data. In fact, I've got a note on that. Let me check it. Yeah, 21% of the 18 to 35-year-olds in Texas are Hispanic females, and 19% are white males. So kind of interesting data. You can really see the male-female breakout. If you focus on the red lines, that's 2014, and look at the difference, how much higher the female is than the male in every category. But you also, and the reason I like this is you can also see the growth for both males and females, because we talk about male participation being slower, but you can see that we have made progress, that we've definitely had increases in terms of our male participation rates. So I know there's a lot going on in this slide, but I think it does give you a flavor of, yes, we've had a lot of growth, but yes, we're still behind in terms of our male participation versus our female. And I ran a couple of breakouts related to it, and I think males are about 1 percentage point behind where we were in 2000. So, I think it was African American, we had 38% of the African American participants were male, and now we're 37. And for Hispanic, I think we went from 45 to 44, and for white, we went from 43 to 42 or something like that. So we're seeing it's very gradual, but we're seeing those drops in participation by men. And here's some of that data broken out. I just pulled the community college data. And this is one of those easy things that you can do in accountability. I like this about the interactive system, and it'd be nice if we could make it even easier, but that's one of the beauties of Excel is I just went in, I pulled the data from accountability for the participation at community colleges and just told Excel to make me a quick line graph. But you can see that we've had, in terms of the white population, it's actually lower than the Hispanic population now in terms of participation at community colleges. Overall, we're at 694,000, so you can see that drop. It's leveling off a little bit. I hope it jumps up next year. But the drop is in the white, and you can see we've had slight increases in African American, and again in Hispanic we've seen increases. So it's that white population that's dropping, and I think the other is fairly flat. Okay. In terms of success, Texas has done very well. We're about, in fact, find my note here. We had 243,000 completions for bachelor's, associates, and certificates. And again, closing the gaps, we just tracked those BACs. We didn't track masters. We're going to be tracking masters and the completion goal for the new plan. But we did add several thousand more completions in 2014, so we're way ahead of where we were. And this data does include students from career schools and independents as well as the publics. And I think we're at about 215,000 completions if you look at just the publics and the privates without the career schools included. Okay, and here this just shows the breakout for who's completing from the institution type. So you can see that 99,000 of the completions are from public two-year colleges. So hopefully we can get up over 100,000 next year. In fact, with our new very ambitious completion goal, we'll need to really move these numbers ahead quickly. Whoops. Oh, sorry. Okay. In terms of closing the gaps, we have had people say, okay, so exactly how is this timeline working? And I know I talked about it a little bit earlier, but we will have our progress report for the 2014 data, which is the 2015 progress report. And that will be, and it gets very confusing, that will go to our board in June. And then in the fall, you'll be reporting the final degrees awarded for FY15 to us in the fall. We'll get the final enrollments for fall. And then in the spring, we'll get the fall flex numbers. And then once we have that information, we'll report the final results of closing the gaps by 2015 to our board. And we'll have a final, I don't know if it'll be called a progress report, but a final report. I think everyone's aware we do a report annually with all the closing the gaps data and analysis on the plan. So we still have a year to go, and it seems odd to have a plan that ends in 2015 to be tracking it through 2016, but that's really how it works when you collect fall headcount data. So we're looking forward to getting those final numbers in.
Do you think that that's actually going to be the April 2016 board?
I think it's going to be the summer board meeting, to be honest, because that fall flex, we don't, I just was able to get preliminary. This time there were a lot of places that weren't certified, so I would be really surprised. But already I think folks are talking about sort of having something in the fall to sort of celebrate the end of the plan, once we get the final. So it's one of those things where it is 2015 and we have reached some of the goals and we're almost there for others. So, exactly how this will play out in terms of folks talking about the plan and recognizing where we are, I don't know. It could be at the leadership conference in November that there's some celebration of the plan and kickoff of the new plan. But the actual final numbers for everything won't be in until next spring. And then it'll just depend on that flex and how soon everyone gets certified. So we're very, very near the end, and obviously, Texas has done it's pretty amazing to me how the type of progress that's been made in the state and this type of changes. And when you think back some of those earlier slides I was showing you, it was really important for Texas to increase participation for their Hispanic population, and it's a different. It looks very different than what we had in Texas in 2000. And back when they were developing the plan, I think they said that if all things being equal, we'd be at about 2,250,000 enrollments, and we're at almost 1,600,000 enrollments. So it's really made a difference. So in fact, I'm just going to go back to something. And I guess my next slide is about the Higher Education Almanac. Oops. Hitting the wrong button here. Okay. It's advancing on my computer. There's our new cover. The press release was Thursday, and unfortunately, and there was, in fact, if you're on TACRO or Terry, you probably got the email update from Jana in our office. The Compare College Texas app, there was a slight problem with getting that up to speed, so that data will be updated with the 2015 data tomorrow. We have been promised, so that we will have all the data. The almanac is available online, the new almanac, and we'll be sending hard copies out to legislators and presidents and all of that. Thanks again to everybody who reviewed. We picked up a couple of important things from folks who reviewed the data. That's been just fantastic because we don't have a very big staff, and having all of you look at it, it's just an extra set of eyes. So it matters a lot to us that you take the time to look at it and verify the data files that we send. We've got some new data in the front pages. We've got a page on student debt, so you can go online and find it. It's out there, and we've updated the link on our data web page. It still looks like the old cover. We're going to get that updated this week, but if you click on it, it'll take you to the 2015 portal, so you can go ahead and take a look at the data there. So it's out there, and I think it was all of you who advised us last year for the Hispanic serving to just go ahead and change the definition, and we call it Hispanic serving instead of Hispanic serving institution, and we got that updated, and I think it works pretty well now. So again, thank you, and that is on its way. And so that's the end of what I had for all of you in terms of community colleges. What I think I'm going to do is Suzanne Morales-Vale is here. She's going to be doing the update on DE, but I'm just going to go check on the TSTC Lamar's. And what we may do, if they're comfortable, is just continue with the DevEd update. And, if they want to continue their conversation, we will. They got delayed because of technical glitches. So I'm just going to quickly ask them if they mind us moving forward. So why don't you take a 5-minute break? I'm sorry? What happened to what?
What happened to the women?
Oh, well, we're out there. Introduce Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vale, who is the Director of Developmental Education and Adult Basic Education at the Coordinating Board. She works in our College Readiness and Success Division, formerly known as our P16 Initiatives Division. So they have been reorged also, and she's going to give you an update on where we stand in terms of developmental education activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. So we have been working on a few items, and this is actually part of a bigger PowerPoint that we're going to share, and I'll give you some more information on an upcoming webinar that we have planned. But some of the main points that I wanted to highlight just for today, since I know we have a short period of time here, some proposed amendments to rules. Now, these amendments have been approved by our Committee on Academic and Workforce Success at their March meeting, and I don't know where that 335, that's a misprint. I think it was 15, yes. And it will be considered by the full board at their next meeting in April 23rd. So really what we've done here is we've had the co-requisite mainstreaming definition, but we've added some more details. And the main point we wanted to point out here is that the developmental component, when we're talking about co-requisite, co-enrollment, mainstream, those are all terms used interchangeably, not only in the research and the literature, but also by institutions as they refer to their options for students who are underprepared. So the main thing we wanted to point out and really emphasize is that when it is a co-enrollment, the developmental ed component aligns directly with the learning outcomes of the credit-bearing course. So what the developmental component does is it provides additional just-in-time support to help the student succeed in the credit-bearing course. This is not a separate standalone course. So, for example, the example I'd like to give is English 1301 and perhaps an integrated reading and writing co-enrollment. So a student has an essay or a paper that is due in the English 1301. So when they're meeting with their students in the developmental ed co-enrollment component, they're providing the additional support that the student may need to help him or her be successful on that writing project that is due in the English 1301 course. So again, we really want to emphasize that the learning outcomes, instruction, and assessment are totally aligned together. The assessment instrument, we just wanted, and this is not so much for higher ed, as you know, because of the House Bill 5 result where the English 3 and Algebra 2, those were the two EOCs that had the legislatively mandated college readiness benchmark, and House Bill 5 disallowed administration of those assessments. Now, school districts will be able to opt into using those assessments starting this fall. But meanwhile, we also know because of the lack of the high school tests, many school districts are using the TSI assessment for helping determine their students' college readiness. And we noticed from the field that how they were administering wasn't necessarily following the rules and protocols and policies of the assessment. Specifically, they were, in some cases, just administering the placement portion, but not the diagnostic portions. So we just wanted to remind everyone that when you administer the assessment, that all components and policies affiliated with this assessment have to be followed. This is a clarification for the writing portion of the TSI. I want to really emphasize the note in red there. This is existing policy that has been in place in terms of determining when a student is college ready in writing, and it's been in place since the launch of the TSI. But what we did is we added some wording that better clarifies exactly the process. Those folks who work with test administrators know that there are certain branching profiles that are approved by the College Board on how to administer the assessment. And if your institution was following those approved protocols, then you were following everything that the way you were supposed to. But it turns out there was some misunderstanding, and some institutions were administering the essay only. And so we wanted to remind everyone that every component, reading, writing, and math, always begin with a multiple choice placement portion. And then depending on how the students do there, then they are directed further into diagnostic, or in this case, essays testing. So this is, again, to emphasize, this is nothing new. It's not a change. It's not something different. It's just clarification of existing policy since the launch of the TSI assessment. And then finally, this is just a further, again, another clarification when students, especially for students who are co-enrolled in the mainstream co-enrollment, co-requisite model, we want to emphasize that if a student successfully completes the credit-bearing course, that student is college ready, independent of their performance in the developmental ed component or in the developmental ed co-enrollment. Remember, the whole purpose for developmental education is for the student to be prepared, appropriately, adequately prepared to be college ready. And so when a student successfully completes a credit-bearing course, that certainly is evidence that the student is college ready. I just wanted to kind of remind everyone, we had the TSI operational plan and the 10 recommendations, and so we've had a few questions from the field, and I just wanted to go through some of the recommendations. The first one is starting fall 2015, we do expect all institutions to implement, if they do not have options for students who are assessing at the various skill levels, or to scale the initiatives for students at the various levels, including the basic academic skills education, which is the levels 3 and 4. We also want to let everyone know that the education institution at Texas State University was awarded the professional development contract, and so there are 3 main areas. They'll start work very soon. They'll start with an assessment instrument to help determine where your various services are for students who are underprepared, especially lower skill students, and where the potential gaps are on a regional basis, and so that they can help to provide information to the institutions, and so you have a better idea of where the various services are, not only at your institution, but perhaps within your region. They will also be focusing on advising and placement and non-traditional instruction and more information on promoting career pathways. And here you can see a quick timeline of when there will be when we were going to be working with them starting this April. The basic academic skills education, the base NCBOs, and these are specifically designed for students who are assessing below high school levels. And we want to let everyone know that the ACGM committee it says proposed, but it actually has been approved at their March 30th meeting. So this will be appearing in the ACGM, and these options, this is just an example of the mathematics option, but these options will also have a new SIP, or the approval code, the approval number, and so those will become available, I believe, probably within the next week or 2, and so as soon as those become available, we'll let everyone know. So the main thing about these base NCBOs, and I want to emphasize something, this is not a requirement. This is just another option in the toolkit for institutions as they try to find the best options available for their students who are assessing at the lower skill levels. This is one option. Many institutions have other options. They have successful Accelerate Texas programs or other models that are affiliated with their CTE courses and programs. And so again, this is just an option available in your toolkit. So the base NCBO is both of these options, these bullets here you can see, are co-requisite models. So what we didn't want to happen is, based on the DEP survey, the annual developmental ed program survey, we found that many institutions had as many as 5, 6 levels, separate standalone levels and courses per subject area for their students. And so to avoid simply taking those levels, those separate standalone courses, and now calling them base and not having any other changes, we wanted to make sure that this base option is a co-enrollment model. It could be the student can be co-enrolled in a lower level developmental ed course, or perhaps even a career technical education course as a co-enrollment. Again, we're talking about high school complete students. The co-enrollment doesn't necessarily mean exactly at the same time. We have some examples of co-enrollments where the students perhaps were put in an intensive boot camp for the first 2-3 weeks of the semester and then moved into the developmental ed, or even, as Julie noted earlier, some options where it's maybe a week or 2 before your semester actually begins. So there's all kinds of models here where we talk about co-enrollment, but it cannot be a separate standalone additional semester. And then, of course, we always talk about analyzing data to help inform any recommendations or changes. And so I just wanted to quickly share some of the current and proposed research studies. MDRC is finishing a study with, I believe it's Tarrant County, in modular math, and they're also working with the new Mathways program to follow and evaluate those options. They're also going to be working with institutions to determine the base level 4 math placements and interventions and see what kind of options there are available and which ones suggest are most promising. The two with RAND, and also this is a National Science Institute, Holistic Advising and Mainstream. These are still tentative because the official announcement won't happen until June, but these are going to be two really big grants, and we already have some institutions that have been identified and have shown a lot of interest in working with us for that one. PPRI, of course, is finishing their integrated reading and writing study, and the two validity studies. We have the SAT that is going to be happening in the fall with the College Board to determine whether the college readiness exemption for the SAT needs to be changed or if it's right on target still. And then, of course, our TSI assessment validity study will begin in the fall. So just one final slide here. We do have webinar, and usually the way our webinars are organized, we have one on a Tuesday and one on a Wednesday. They're simply repeats of each other. A lot of folks like to attend these webinars live because they have ability to ask questions live. You certainly can attend both if you like, but it's simply a repeat. And we also invite you to email any questions related to anything that I just talked about today or anything that you may have heard, or as your institutions are implementing some of these options. I know many questions arise. So please feel free to email us any questions, and we'll try to address all of those questions during the webinar. Of course, our website address is right there, and I wanted to remind everyone also that the TSIA student informational brochure has recently been updated, actually in February, and it includes more information on how the test process works for students, especially for students with disabilities, because especially those newly graduated high school seniors who have documented disabilities, their process is very different from K-12 world versus higher ed. So we give some additional guidance there. So here are the contact information for our colleagues that work with us here at the coordinating board with developmental adult education. And are there any questions? Let me put it back on. Whoop.
One thing I did want to point out when you were talking about the co-enrollment is that Suzanne and I had an interesting conversation because we were talking about how important it is for folks not to confuse students who are co-enrolled in a base NCBO and a DE course with some of these new paired co-requisite models that are happening where a DE student is also paired in a college level course. And what we talked about is that I think Suzanne and her colleagues are trying very hard not to use the terms paired course or co-requisite. Is that correct? Or maybe you can clarify a little bit how we're trying to talk about these so we don't get confusion on the part of students or staff in terms of how all this is working.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Julie. Thank you. If you look at the definition, and unfortunately, I think it might be, there's a number of hidden slides. So, but anyway, when we talk about mainstreaming co-requisite, we're talking about a developmental ed course with a college credit course. That's how we're using that term. When we're talking about using a similar model where students are enrolled in two interventions at the same time for a level 3-4 student with a developmental ed, we're trying to call that acceleration. So the student who is at a base level 3 or 4 can be accelerated into developmental ed through a co-enrollment model, but there you go. We're trying to limit that. As you can see there, students are co-enrolled in a developmental ed course or NCBO as defined in paragraph 18, and the entry-level freshman course. So in order to avoid some confusion, so the models are similar in the sense that both students are accelerated into a more rigorous, if you will, intervention. But again, the actual co-requisite mainstreaming refers to developmental ed and college credit as the co-enrollment. Yes, in terms of the basic academic skills education, let's see, am I going to do this right? Yes, okay. If you see the definition here, we're talking about, okay, a co-enrollment, if you will, with the base developmental ed or the base NCBO with developmental ed, so perhaps a lower level developmental ed course. And it is a mainstreamed intensifier. So what that means is the learning outcomes that are addressed in both interventions are the same. So the base NCBO, the learning outcomes that are addressed, are aligned with the developmental ed learning outcomes. And because the developmental ed learning outcomes are, by definition, at least at high school skill levels, then they are eligible. The student can use his or her financial aid eligibility for both of those interventions. So what the base intervention does, the base component, is it gives more required, mandatory, more time, more intensity, and perhaps also on an individual basis fills in some knowledge and skill gaps and provides that additional support, intensity, if you will, so that instead of just spending 3 hours on the particular learning outcomes, the student has an additional hour or two, or perhaps even more, where the student can really get into addressing his or her individual gaps, but still focused on those same outcomes.
That's why I was financial aid purposes.
That's absolutely right. Any other questions or concerns around developmental education? Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And next on the agenda is Dr. Rex Peebles, who I'm happy to see has joined us. Rex is the Assistant Commissioner in our Academic Quality and Workforce Division. You can sit right here and I'll get your name tag.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good afternoon. I feel bad because I don't have any slides for you. Well, I don't feel real bad, but by the way, not bad enough to actually go do something about it. So, let's see. I'm just going to mention oh, thank you. In case you don't, that's me. Well, maybe not. Or maybe not. So I think the biggest change in my area is a change in name. Since the last time y'all met, we used to be Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research, which I really liked because it spells war. And then when they told us we had to change the name, I tried my best to make something out of peace. And I spelled it every way that you can imagine and tried to make some kind of something out of the word peace, but it just didn't work. And so now we're just awkward. Academic quality and workforce. So, but there are a couple of things I wanted to mention to you, and then I'll be glad to try to answer any questions you might have about anything else on the plate. First of all is the 60-hour rule, which I'm sure you're well aware of. And we just went through that. As you know, the legislature in the last legislative session mandated that all associate degrees would be no more than 60 hours unless a compelling academic reason was approved by folks at the coordinating board. And And so we went through that exercise, and we actually wound up approving very, very little beyond 60 hours. There were 6, I think, health science programs that were approved at levels beyond 60, and there were 3 or 4 other programs that were approved at levels beyond 60. And we were persuaded by a couple of things. One is that even among those programs that were eventually approved at beyond 60, there were, with a couple of exceptions, there were always examples of somebody out there who'd managed to go to 60 hours. And in fact, in most cases, there were a lot more examples of people that had gone to 60 hours than there were examples of people who hadn't. And so one of the things that we were persuaded by was what was sort of the preponderance of evidence, and that also worked itself out in the 60-hour workshop that we had on the health sciences. The two was what's the preponderance of evidence there in terms of what people are doing. And so in a lot of those cases where 90 to 95% of all the programs have gone to 60 hours, it kind of raises the question of, well, why can't the other 5% get there as well? But having said all of that, you should also be aware that it's something that we'll be watching pretty closely, I think, over the next couple of years or so. And particularly your faculty, but you may become aware of this as well. They need to be really aware of and cognizant of where the changes in semester credit hours are really having an effect on students' learning. And where those things can be documented, and we'll be looking at that and making adjustments. But that also leads into another thing I want to talk a little bit about, and that's fields of study and hopefully upcoming programs of study. Now, many of you may know that fields of study, which are lower division hours that have been approved, that must be not only transferred to a 4-year institution, but also applied to that particular major. There are 8 or 9 of those existing in business and communications, engineering technology, music, nursing, the Associate of Arts and Teaching degree, Mexican American Studies. Yeah, I think that's all of them. And one of the things that we're trying to do is revitalize those. Engineering field of study has already met once, and I think we've scheduled the second meeting, which will be in either late April or early May. And we have taken nominations for the music field of study. And so one of the things that we'll be looking at and asking institutions for is some feedback on things like what are the most problematic areas. It's easy for us to figure out, well, I don't know if it's easy, but we do have some data. Actually, it is easy for us. The real question is how good is the data? And that is about declared majors. And I mean, you guys work in these kind of systems, and so you know that your own data about declared majors is, on any given day, is pretty iffy. It's almost akin to, on any given day, what's a student's email address, right, which changes on a regular basis. So, so there's issues with that, but it's relatively easy to figure out what are the most popular majors out there. And I think business is still number 1. And I think psychology is still number 2. And then I have no idea what number 3 is. But I think it's a distant third, actually, once you account for business and psychology. So that, so it's sort of easiest to figure out what are the most popular majors in terms of then which fields of study will have the most impact in terms of students. It's a little more difficult for us to know what are the most problematic. And so that's where we need some institutional help, is to really help identify what areas of transfer cause the most problems for students. And even if it's a relatively small number of students, if they're all having trouble transferring, then it may very well be worth our while to go ahead and do a field of study in that area. That's one of the reasons, for example, that we're looking at something like architecture, for example. Doesn't affect a whole lot of students, but from everything I hear, both from the 2-year and the 4-year level, it's a problematic area of transfer. So we're trying to revitalize and revise our fields of study. We have legislation, or have introduced legislation that has gotten out of committee, and I think it will be heard by the Senate on Wednesday, heard by the House subcommittee last week. actually it may be heard in both places, in both the House and the Senate committees this week on Wednesday. And I fully expect it to move forward. The trick for us is the money involved in it. And, the legislature really likes to pass laws, especially those that have no fiscal, no impact attached to them at all. I mean, at least impact that they're willing to identify anyway, yeah. And really what they're interested in, of course, is the impact to the state. Sometimes interested in impact to institutions, but and we try to apprise them. Believe it or not, we try to apprise them of where there could be significant impacts to institutions on these things. That it's going to cost somebody some money to do this kind of stuff, and so at least you need to be aware of that. So for me and my staff, part of the issue is having the people power to do a lot of these things. One of the reasons that fields of study don't work as well as they should is because we don't have enough of them, and the ones we do have actually, with the exception of the AAT that was revised in 2009, the rest of them go back 10 years or more. And so part of the problem that we face is bringing these things up to date and some constant revision of those. And if you look at the number of degrees out there, there's a lot of them. I sat down one day and did a little quick count of UT Austin and Texas A&M College Station, and UT Austin had 132 degrees, different degrees that I identified, and I did not double count, or I tried not to double count where there was both a bachelor's of arts and a bachelor's of science available in the same discipline. So I tried to account for distinct disciplines, and I counted 132 at UT Austin and 133 at A&M College Station. And given some of the differences in those two institutions, then it's easily recognizable that those are 132 of A&M's were not the same 132 at UT Austin. There are some real distinct differences between those. So there's a lot of majors out there. Some are not that problematic, some are more so than others. But if you're really going to make an impact with this, you need to do about 20 a year of these things. And that requires just the logistics of doing 20 a year and bringing together 20 advisory committees made up of 2-year and 4-year faculty and administrators, and having them meet 2 or 3 times a year is pretty daunting. And then we're also looking at legislation that also sets up sort of that same exercise for programs of study. And what we've begun to notice is that transfer is not just a horizontal or vertical. I'm sorry. See, I get those mixed up all the time. It's not always just a vertical thing. It's not always going from 2 to 4 year. We have students that go from 2 to 4 to 4 to 4 and back to a 2, and sometimes they're attending both at the same time, trying to transfer credits. But more and more we have students going from a 2 to a 2. And they're doing it in applied science areas. And so one of the things that we want to look at is programs of study that not only try to bring a little bit more consistency across the state, but also help provide some alignment between secondary and post-secondary where that's appropriate. Because there's if those of you familiar with CTE, there's a rather significant disconnect between secondary CTE and post-secondary CTE. So we want to try to ameliorate some of that as well. But all of this will have impacts on accountability systems and reporting and so forth at some point. The other thing I'll mention is core curriculum. So a lot of you are aware that your institutions are going through revision of the core. There was a major revision done last year, and now institutions are either trying to straighten out the messes that they created last year, or they're trying to straighten out the messes that we created last year, or sometimes we're trying to straighten out the messes that we created last year, or the messes that you created last year. So, and there's been some consternation about that, particularly over things like studio courses and that kind of stuff, studio arts courses in particular. And I think part of what everybody needs to pay some attention to is that being a part of the core curriculum is not just a function of meeting the core objectives. It is also a function of meeting the foundation component area definitions. It is also a function for community colleges of meeting the ACGM course descriptions. And one of the things that's always been built into the core is also the idea that it should also meet SAC's COC definitions of general education requirements. So a lot of institutions get hung up on, well, we met the core objectives. Well, that's great, and that's one of the primary focuses of it, but it's not the only piece of being a part of the core curriculum, but all of that has an impact on accountability systems because you can get credit for all this stuff and success points, right? Okay, and the last thing I'll talk about is the growing, which is really going to be something for the accountability system and for state reporting to figure out at some point, and that's competency-based education. And I mention this for two reasons. One is that it's become much more popular nationwide to talk about it. There hasn't been a whole lot of movement, but there's been much discussion of competency-based education. And I sort of winced at that a little bit because I've always believed that most, if not all, of higher education was always competency-based. I mean, as a faculty member, I expected my students to be able to demonstrate certain competencies. That's what they were tested on, and that's what I taught them. And I think everybody does that. What competency-based education really refers to is how do you measure these things and how do you give credit for them. Okay? And therein lies the problem. Our system is based on credit hours and contact hours. And competency-based doesn't necessarily lend itself easily to a contact hour, credit hour-based system. I mean, we make it work because we fit everything into a pre-existing course. But true competency-based education in the sense of giving prior learning assessments, but also saying, look, here's your degree. It's got 87 competencies in it. You'll get your degree when you've demonstrated 87 competencies. Now, go do that. And here's how you can do it. And then here's how we're going to measure whether you've met that competency or not. But all of that has a lot of implications in the future for accountability systems and how do we count these things. Okay, and so it's something for everybody to think about. I know that we've, and I know Julie's area in particular we've tried to start thinking about how do you set up a funding model for this stuff. And I know I don't have the answers to this, so if y'all have got any ideas, we'd be glad to hear them. Okay, and that's and I think you were already given a legislative update, correct?
We did, and I mentioned that you would be here if there's anybody wants anything more specific related to the SARA bill or the field of study. So SARA is the State Authorization Reciprocity Agreement, which makes it easier for institutions to conduct online education across state lines. And it has its benefits. The major pushback that I get from legislators is the idea of giving up state sovereignty. I mean, as you can well imagine, I mean, especially in Texas, you know, which is not really a state. It's just, you know, we allow the other 49 states to be a part of us kind of thing. I'm a native. I can say this stuff and get away with it. Okay. But I mean, but that is a big pushback on the idea of SARA, and that is that it does involve this notion of giving up some state sovereignty to other states. My argument has been that once this thing is fully in place, it's actually going to make the states do a better job of policing themselves rather than trying to police the other 49 states themselves. And therein lies part of the big issue that we confront is right now we don't really have much idea of the quality of education coming from other states into Texas, and they don't have much idea of the quality of education going out of Texas into other states. And sometimes we don't even have a very good idea of either one of those. And part of what SARA will do is it will strengthen the oversight of the states over their own institutions through the SARA mechanism. So in the long run, it should actually make everybody better, not just institutions in Texas, but institutions outside of Texas. And I think that's the thing that probably attracts me to it the most is the fact that it really should make everybody better, and as a result, our students should be better off. But there's also the notion that institutions that are currently spending, one institution told me that they spend well over $200,000 a year
paying fees to other states to operate in those other states. And under SARA, that fee will go down to a maximum of $6,000 a year. So that's a pretty decent trade-off if you're really trying to be in compliance with other states. And if you've been tracking any of this, the feds are getting tighter and tighter about that all the time. And while all of their negotiated rulemaking got suspended, the one thing that they still said loud and clear is the very fact that we haven't made our own rules yet does not in any way, shape, or form get you out of having to comply with the laws of the other states. And they've said that more than once in pretty emphatic terms. And so other states then began to really pay attention to people operating in their states. And so, we've seen some interesting letters from other states about people operating in their states. And also about places operating here. Do they have authority to do so? And that kind of thing. So I think SARA's a significant piece of legislation that will really be helpful to institutions and in the long run be helpful to students. So.
And did anyone have any specific questions about the dual credit related? Oh, good, we do have a question.
Well, yeah, I did about dual credit. Were you going to address that?
I read your mind. About dual credit related legislation.
There's several bills. I've forgotten, I've lost count of how many bills there are that deal with dual credit. The upshot of most of them is that it eliminates any of the current restrictions that exist on dual credit in many different ways. There are bills that eliminate the number of hours that students can take in a given semester. They can't be restricted to 6. There are bills that eliminate the number of hours that a student can take out of their service area. Right now, that's at no more than 9 per year, and it will eliminate that completely. There are bills that eliminate age limits. Right now, there's really not an age limit. But what it really does, it eliminates the idea that dual credit then is open to anyone in high school. Right now, unless you have permission of the applicable chief academic officer at the college that's offering the dual credit and from the administration of the high school where the student is located, unless you have explicit permission from those two entities, then folks less than juniors can't be taking dual credit. Okay. And so this would eliminate those restrictions so that there will be no limit on the number of credit hours that students can take, and they will be open to anyone in high school. Now, one thing to note about this, all this legislation, none of it eliminates the need to meet college readiness standards in order to take dual credit in the first place. Okay. So my suspicion is, and it actually, I must admit, I sort of have mixed feelings about this. In a lot of ways, my hope is that most ninth graders are not actually college ready. But on the other hand, if most ninth graders are college ready, then think about all the money we can save by just eliminating high school altogether. I mean, if you can go into the ninth grade and you're college ready, what do we need secondary school at all for? Okay. And so I've often told people that what we ought to start doing is after the 8th grade, or maybe even after the 3rd grade, I don't know. But at the end of every year, we just give students the Ctca, and as soon as the student passes all 3 portions of it, you just give them a high school diploma and tell them to get on down the road. And we can probably save enormous amounts of money, solve any teacher shortage issues we might have. And this is being recorded, so if somebody in the legislature hears this, they'll go, God, that's a fantastic idea. Save us a bunch of money. Okay. Because I think on some level, a lot of this really does call into question whether, and the serious part of this is what really constitutes college readiness or not. And while a student may be intellectually, because when I say that kind of stuff like this, people look at me in horror. And then they talk about, well, those students are really not college ready. Well, because all we've ever focused on is whether they are intellectually college ready or not. We tend to disregard notions of whether they are socially college ready and psychologically college ready and that kind of thing. We don't really want to get into that, and I know I don't, quite frankly. But I think it is something we need to think about. But it is important to note that in spite of the fact that we have several bills that would eliminate the current restrictions on the number of courses that you can take while in high school, and also eliminate the restrictions on where you can take those courses from while you're in high school, there is no current legislation that would eliminate the college readiness standards to be able to take dual credit.
Well, but you may recall, I think you were at the same meeting as me when Dr. Johnson at SACS spoke on dual credit, and he said that the SACS board had asked the staff to get some information on the dual credit policies at each state and report back to the board this summer, because they finally have become aware of some of the things that are happening. Have you been contacted by SACS, or has your office been contacted by SACS to provide information?
No, we have not. And you're right, I was at the same meeting and where that was talked about and discussed, but I have not heard anything from them.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming down and joining us. I do want to take a minute. Is there anyone listening in who has a question for Dr. Peebles? I know it's hard to jump into a meeting like this. Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming down and giving us an update. Well, we are right on track. I've got a couple of quick additional things I want to share from you, and then we will get you out of here on time or in fact, sooner. HB 2550, Alyssa Renhart was going to be here to present today, but she was not able to make it in, so I'm just going to let you know very briefly that this is a bill that went through at the last session where your institutions work with high schools who are in the bottom in terms of the percentage of students who go on to higher education. And we've been using the HB 400 list, and every year there's more and more charter schools on that list and fewer traditional schools. So because part of the HB 2550 was for us for the coordinating, I shouldn't say us as the agency, but for the coordinating board to determine the list of schools, we are actually going to bring to the board this summer a revised list. And that list, we've come up with a methodology that we've shared with lots of folks around the agency to develop a list that's actually more balanced in terms of the number of alternative schools and charter schools and traditional high schools that are included on the list. Because when we looked at the existing list, it really was primarily those charter schools and those alternative high schools. And part of it's because the populations are growing, so I think they only had to have 25 students or more and be in that bottom 10%, so an awful lot of schools were included that aren't probably the larger traditional public schools that we want to target. In fact, at one point we looked at our advised Texas list and looked at our HB 400 list. I think there was one school that was overlap. And our advised Texas schools, where we have college student graduates working in those schools. Those are schools that a lot of effort was made to identify places where we really needed to do better work with those students. But again, they're larger schools and they often don't end up on this list. So we came up with a new methodology. It's the lowest 20% by region, not just across Texas, because we also realized some regions didn't have anyone falling into this list. And then if it's a non-metropolitan suburban area, we said there had to be at least 26 graduates because we wanted some rural schools included, and they tend to have smaller graduating classes. But then in those urban and suburban areas, we said there had to be at least 76 graduates, and for alternative high schools, at least 100 graduates. And then when we went ahead and used those new criteria, we had 108 high schools included, which were 160 regular high schools, 28 alternative, and 13 charter high schools. So a little better balance. So we're going to be sending this list around for institutions to comment on this month, and then hopefully we'll be able to bring to the board this summer a revised list of schools under HB 2550 that institutions are supposed to be working with to try to improve college going rates. So people are nodding. Does that make sense? When we had the bill a couple of years ago, we thought it was too much to do it all at once, but after we did the survey last year, the feedback was these are not the schools that we think we should be targeting. So we'll send the revised list. We'll get some feedback. We played around with a lot of different scenarios, and we can do that, but I think we ended up with a list that works pretty well and is balanced. I did want to see if people think it's a good idea to meet again in the fall, to have a fall meeting, which we usually don't do because of the changes coming with the new plan and with accountability. Why don't you give me a show of hands, if you don't mind, who thinks it's a good idea to have a fall meeting next year? Looks like most of you. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll try to get that scheduled, depending on how things are going along in terms of the DBITs for the new redesign and the strategic plan. And at the latest, maybe we could have our spring meeting early if it turns out that seems like a better way to go. But I think fall would be a good idea. And then finally, I don't have any more slides here, but I did want to make sure you were aware of the Texas Cruise website, that is available online. There's a link on the data page. Gabrielle is going to quickly show you where that is. You can go around and play with it, but there's a lot of just wonderful data there in terms of student earnings after graduation, and it's not just 1 year out. It's 1, 3, 5, and 10 years out, depending on how far back you go for cohorts. And there's information about student debt there, just a lot of good data. We worked on this with the Texas Workforce Commission. It was a long time in the making, and we're very proud. Gabriella did a great deal of work on that, and we're really pleased with the result. Yeah, you can see it there. Oh, it's not there yet? Yes, thank you. Because yeah, and we'll go ahead. In fact, I've reviewed those, and so we'll make sure they get posted. I thought they were on there. This is actually being hosted on TWC's website. It's ours, yeah. But it was a joint effort. Yeah. And the ratio is the debt to wage is done a little differently than the way we've done it for the plan, and whether we move to doing it the same way or not, I don't know, but they're similar. I could give you details after the meeting. Okay, well, please be sure, if you haven't finished your rating sheet for the current accountability measures, please be sure to finish that and leave it in the box for us. It'll give us a good place to start our conversation in the fall, and I'll get those results out before the meeting. And any suggestions for discussion for the meeting or suggestions for functionality as we design and implement our new accountability portal, that would be much appreciated. Excuse me, I did pretty well with the allergies I've had. And yeah, Gabrielle's giving you some examples here on cruise. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were still. Okay, and Yeah, we rely on all of you to let us know if there's glitches in our application. I know you're really good about accountability if something's not working right, and often just things, there are gremlins behind the scenes in these things, so we appreciate it. This will be continuous. That's more of a, I wouldn't say a national effort, but nationally they're including several states. There's a few slight differences in how the metrics are done, but they're similar, and we send data to them, and I think as we've talked about it, Gabriella, and you'll have to verify this, we've talked about trying to be consistent with all of one or two things with how we do it for crews. Yeah, and we'll go ahead and get those definitions out. We may even want to do some kind of a comparison document so you can pick out the things we've done the same way and the things that are done a little differently. Yeah, we did try to be consistent. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone, I just want to ask, is there anyone listening in who has a final question or comment or anything they want to share with us? You all did such a nice job introducing yourselves in order without overlap, and then you've been very quiet, so I apologize if I haven't included you. I know in past years folks just jump in if they have a question, so I hope you would have done that today. But is there anything? No, I guess we have a quiet group back at our institutions. Well, again, thank you very much to all of you who listened in or who came to join us here today. I thought it was a very productive meeting from our perspective. It was wonderful to have the conversation about the plan, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the fall or next winter at the latest. So thank you very much.